Hello, everybody. This is a bit weird. So I'm still waiting for, I think Barry is still traveling. And I think Scott told me yesterday that he wasn't feeling well. So I'm kind of wondering when somebody's going to show up here. But in the meantime, I will be chatting and hopefully somebody can respond to me in the chat when I can answer questions if anybody's got any. If this turns into something where nobody else is showing up, I don't have anybody to complain to. It's going to be difficult to keep up the conversation, I suppose. I have been. This is horrible. I'm going to use this. I can get Keith to show up. He poked his head out of his hole the other day. Or you can try this. Yeah, we are live. Woodfish Toys says hello. Kip Liggett says hello. Stick H says hello. Well, hello to all of you as well. This is Scott responded, talking to comments. Anyway, so if anybody's got questions, they can ask now. I am just really, let's talk about this and then people can respond. And this is going to be non-spoiler specific here, so don't worry about that. Well, Matt's supposed to be here. Well, he's not. Yeah. Just all kinds of people are trying to tell me how to do anything. So I watched the Peacemaker, which is it's on HBO Max. It's surprising how many different things. Oh, look, I didn't post it. Here, I can get Matt in here. Then I can talk to him. I can talk to my Canadian friend. So Peacemaker, if you watched the second Suicide Squad movie, and the movie before that was Birds of Prey with the undersigning of the emancipation of Harley Quinn or something along those lines. Which I haven't watched it yet. I really should. I've had a lot of people tell me that it's quite good, and I need to check it out. But I've just been I don't know, busy. And then it kind of showed up. I think it showed up during the middle of the pandemic or something. So it didn't really I don't know, make a splash, I guess. So, and then, it was one of those things where it's like couldn't get to see it or anything like that. Though I am excited to see Batman. I want to try to get to it this weekend. That's my plan. Anyway, I'm kind of all over the place here. Oh, look at this. Barry's going to show up now. Barry, who was on vacation or something. Where were you, Barry?
I was in Mexico.
Oh, yeah, but why weren't you here at 9:00?
Because I was in Mexico.
Like you literally just got home?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I was here. Where were you?
What?
We were on Facebook waiting for the page. Where were you?
Well, I sent. Oh, it's okay. Anyway,
Mhm.
fair enough. Scott's sick, and he's not so sick that he can chat. He can chat, of course, but that's fine. Um, no, I send out the email to a bunch of people that I forgot to. It's my foot, my bad. I forgot to paste it. It's almost always the same link though. So I mean, I don't know why you guys just don't use the old one, but whatever. It's fine. Um, have you have now that I know I'm gonna keep talking like you weren't here because I was
What else is
monologuing.
new?
Anyway, no, so I was so the first Suicide Squad movie was at best, in my opinion. It had a couple of cool moments, but whatever. And then there was the Birds of Prey movie, which I didn't watch, in which I was saying that I need to watch because I've heard good things. But it just whatever. It's on the list of things to watch or whatever. And then on and then I watched the second Suicide Squad movie, which I enjoyed. I thought that was good. It was fun and it was interesting, and I laughed, and I thought it was. And I remember being kind of like weirdly excited that John Cena was going to play a role in it, and then like I thought it was going to be a minor role, but actually it was kind of a larger role than I thought it would be. And then uh and then there was the Peacemaker um uh miniseries or series or whatever on HBO Max. And I didn't watch an episode until most of the episodes were out. So I was able to parse it out and I didn't have to wait. I don't know. What's your thoughts on that when like they release a show very like Netflix when they release a show, it's like here's all 12 episodes, right? They're just like go ahead and eat them up as fast as you want. Uh, go for it.
Uh,
And then as opposed to like there's other things, and then like HBO's one. Um, well, didn't it? Well, wait a minute. Netflix did that with no, Netflix didn't do that with Cobra Kai. Cobra Kai, they just dropped all of them off. I don't think Netflix does the week by week, right?
nah, some of them they'll drop like a one part and then they'll wait a couple months and drop another part. But
Well, yeah, like
for the
Ozark
most
did.
part,
Ozark because they wanted to like, and that's just marketing, right? And like the final season of
yeah.
Ozark. So here's 10 episodes, and then we'll give you the final whatever after that.
But I
So
think they're the only ones that do. Like Amazon will drop 3 and then go weekly. Yeah, I think the rest of them do it weekly, basically.
yeah,
Um, I think I'd rather most of the time I'd rather wait till like 6 of them are out and then I'll catch up and watch the final 2 or whatever.
yeah,
For the most part.
yeah. I kind of enjoy being able to eat them all at once if I want to,
Mm.
right?
Yeah,
Um,
it's that, and I just forget when they're on and what channel they're on now or what network they're on. So
it
it's
wouldn't
just
have anything to do with your chemicals that you're taking, right?
nah. It's there's just so many of them. It's like cable anymore. Yeah,
Yeah. Well, anyway, so getting back to Peacemaker, this is a uh totally non spoiler. I'm not going to say any spoilers. So if you haven't watched it, I'm not gonna. I will give it a. I'll give it 2 thumbs up. And I made a couple comments on posted them the other day, and I said that like love the soundtrack because there's a bunch of like bunch of bands and the type of songs I listened to in the 80s before my friend got a hold of me and like made me listen to real metal. Uh, so before like that kind of turned the page for me. Um, and I thought everybody who was in the movie, from bit roles to um, big parts, did amazing. I couldn't. I mean, there was a. It was weird. It was like John Cena got better as an actor as the show went on. Like it felt like to me, if that makes any sense. I mean, which is ridiculous, right? I mean, like they probably film all of the episodes at the same time, you know, and there's no way he got better. But I mean, it was just like, I don't know, maybe the character just got to have more to do or something like that. And like as I said, it was like um I was um it was surprising to me like how well he did in the role to the point where like I kind of just forgot that he was a professional wrestler and like I just saw him as a character in the show. Like it's like when the like that's how you know like they're acting well, right? Is if like the person who they are dissolves away and you see them as the character they're portraying. Like I that happened, which I was like, whoa, I never thought this guy could, pull that off. And somebody said, well, it's like, well, part of professional wrestling is acting. But I was like, yeah, there's like a handful of wrestlers who have managed to be actors and, actually do something. I mean, it's just like the only like three I can think of would be, The Rock, now Cena, and kind of Roddy Piper, just kind of like, he was in a lot of B movies.
What's his name's coming up?
Early 90s. Who?
The guy who played Guardian of the Galaxy.
Oh yeah, but he's kind of a one-trick
Batista.
pony. Yeah, but I mean Batista. I mean he's really good at Drax, right? I mean he's perfect in that role. Like
I think he did pretty good in that zombie movie he just did on Netflix.
I mean, I guess, but I mean, but he's always just like the big, huge guy, right? I mean,
I think it's like Cena. He really hasn't had a chance to yet, like.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, they're just not, they're, it's the equivalent of the, Barney Fife deputy thing. They're just giving him, one bullet for his pocket. He's not allowed to put it in his gun kind of thing. They're not like letting him have a fully loaded gun just yet. But anyway, so anyway, somebody said, are we gonna let Barry talk? I want to hear about the cruise. It's like Barry doesn't ever talk. So like I could give him the floor and he just doesn't want to say anything. So, but people want to hear about your big time vacation, guy. So why don't you lay it on us? Tell us about it. Talk about your
I'm glad I went. My body hates me for it, but I'm glad I went. We had a good time for the most part. I mean, it was weird.
Okay. Tell me the single most awesome thing that you either saw or did or both.
I seen some the ruins. That was pretty cool. The Mayan ruins there in Cozumel. It was a smaller one made for not necessarily fraternity, but like womanhood, basically. A woman would bring her daughter there to become a woman, basically, and then later on, as the daughter got older, they would bring their kid. So the women went there twice, once as a kid, once as an adult. It was pretty interesting to see how they engineered it. It was pretty much level. They actually blew part of it up with dynamite at one point, but just the engineering of it back then, like they basically made super glue, thousands of years ago. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
The boat reminded me a lot of the train to the point where I had like nightmares the last night. But like I could tell we were moving. There was a vibration, and the pumps, I could constantly hear them. That's basically the train. Once in a while we hit a wave and you could feel a jolt. But for the most part, it was pretty smooth. But I found when I got back on land, I had issues with like my balance, kind of like getting land legs. They warned me about it on the boat, not just me, all of us. But I was surprised that was actually a thing. Because on the boat, it was like normally walk, just like normal walking for the most part.
Yeah. What was the worst thing about it?
The heat. Um, it was 87 in the port of Cozumel when we got there, with like 70% humidity. The jungle, which wasn't exactly what I expected the jungle to be, but it was a lot hotter there where the ruins were. And it was a totally different heat than it was a more intense heat than I'm used to. I think if I acclimated, I came from 20-degree weather to Miami, which was like 75 at 10 o'clock in the morning, so I think if I acclimated a little longer, the body would have reacted better. But yeah, for me, it was the heat. There was a couple incidents on the boat, like which is expected. It wasn't full capacity. I think they said there was 2,500 of us, including the crew, which was like 700 or something like that. But there was a fight in one of the nightclubs one night, but that was, that was taken care of pretty quick. And an incident with these young gay guys running around, to the point where one of the crew actually talked. They were running around in thongs, like fondling each other. And there wasn't many kids, but there were a few of them on there. And, they were just young, having a good time, just, but the crew finally did say something to them. But after that, they were, more conscious, I guess, of their surroundings. But I was surprised that many people, we all pretty much got along.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always like one of these weird moments where let's just and moving on, because I don't want to anyway. So maybe I should just ask you what was awesome and not
What, gay guys can't get in trouble?
well, no, it's just I worry that you're gonna say something that's gonna come back and
Come back on what? It'll come back on me. I'll own up to it.
know,
I'm a big
I
boy.
know.
I don't know what they say.
All right. So Aldi wanted to know how the food was.
The food, on the boat, it was hit or miss. The dining rooms were pretty good. The buffet type deals were, hit or miss on some things. The breakfast wasn't all that great. I remember that. But the other meals were good. We had some tacos. I think it was just touristy food there in Cozumel. Like we went to the ruins and then we had a chocolate tasting, tequila tasting, and then they stopped at this canteen or whatever. I think that was just like touristy food rather than authentic, but that was decent. Jen wants to go on another one. I actually talked to her about BGG at sea, but not this year. I would not go to Cozumel in fucking July or August, whenever Scott's going. I think that would just kill me. Yeah. I thought Florida was bad in August. That Cozumel was up there. It was different heat, but it was up there with that. I don't react well to heat either. So, but maybe 2023. Yeah, but we had a good time. I learned she works with a lot of lushes. Like we had a 15 drink maximum on this inclusive package. And then later I found out it's 15 whether you're paying for it or it's with this package, which makes sense. And but this one lady she worked with, she hit that at I think it was like 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the second day. And I'm like, how do you do that? 15 drinks, and you must be getting up drinking or something. I don't think I hit 15 all week.
Couldn't tell you.
Yeah, I could. I don't think I did. Drank a lot of tequila.
Well, that's not great, or unless it is great, I suppose. What cruise line was it that you were on? My mother wants to know.
I was on the Carnival Conquest from Miami to Cozumel and back. We were supposed to go to one of the Keys, I think Lauderdale. I don't remember. Key West. but they took that off the itinerary way before we set sail, a couple of months ago, actually. The cruise lines, they're still with the COVID stuff, they're still canceling and rescheduling and all that. They're still like everything else. They're trying to get their footing. Yeah. So if you're going to cruise, expect, just to go with the flow.
Hey, look, everyone, it's Matthew.
Matthew.
Hi, everybody.
Have you gone on a cruise to Cozumel and back?
I've never been on a cruise.
My entire family minus me went on one many years ago.
When you were not the family you have now, or your childhood family?
No, like my childhood family, like my entire family.
Secret family.
Went on it. No, like it was just some big thing. I couldn't afford to go. But then my wife and I have talked about it, but like and I'm not all that jazzed about being on a boat either, and she's super jazzed about not being on a boat. So, just not a thing that whatever.
We usually go to Cuba once a year, like around Christmas time, just after Christmas. But I think we're gonna step it up next time we go out, because it's been a few years, obviously, since we've been. And
why?
We went to this amazing resort in Mexico for our honeymoon, and I think that's what we're gonna do. Go back to this place. It was just unreal. It was so good. It was $5,000 for the two of us, but it was good.
Is that American grain or Canadian?
No, it was Canadian.
Yeah. Oh, so it's like $7. I mean,
it was 4,000. It was 4,000 American for the two of us.
Jen wanted to do this Disney one, and she said Christmas time, so I assumed it was like Christmas week. And I looked at that; it was like for balcony room, it was like $6,000 for the two of us, and I'm like, nah, that ain't happening, Jen. I was like, Fred, we could go to Hawaii and back. You
add Disney to anything, and you're like double the price.
Yeah, I don't know, some sentimental stuff there, I guess.
I never got the allure of that.
Yeah,
Giselle's been to Disney. I've never been.
I've been too many times.
Yeah,
I'm sure I got a couple.
Disney's
more.
Fun.
It is. It's just really expensive. It's a working vacation though.
I've been to what's the one with the Jaws in
Universal.
Universal. I've been there.
Jaws isn't there anymore.
No,
they got
long gone. I think it's Harry Potter World now.
Yeah,
I think that's going to do.
I went to Vegas one year for Photoshop World and ended up going to the Hilton where they had the Star Trek The Experience, which was pretty. It was literally the last weekend it was open before they shut it down for good. Glad I went though.
I thought about how cool it would be to like go to the new Star Wars thing, whatever. But
that hotel thing.
If it was like it was in the ad, sure.
With like nobody around, and you just basically have the entire world to like look at things.
Well, Lance, it's $6,000 for 2 days, so I don't think that it's going to be packed.
No. But I mean, no, I'm talking about just the place, right?
At the hotel, you mean?
Well, no, I mean, I'm not even all about that hotel. I mean, the hotel sounds like it'd be cool and fun. And
the land thing.
But just to be the thing in general, to like go and like check it out and see the stuff or whatever. I think that would be kind of cool. Just like to go and like do I'm gonna make my lightsaber and doing the stuff or whatever.
Yeah, the land part of it was cool. It's smaller than they make it look on TV, though.
I'm sure it is.
I noticed that with the other one too. The ones that plugged into the flying horses, Avatar land too. It was smaller than it made it look like on the TV.
Mm-hmm.
But the detail they do it was amazing. Like you could see like leaf prints and all in the Avatar section that would glow at night. with different colors in the concrete, and like droid prints and all that in the concrete over the Star Wars world. Yeah, and the trash cans had the language and all that. Where just you could scan with your phone to see what it says. That was pretty cool. The ride of Resistance was pretty cool too. But like I said, I don't. If I had a family, I don't know if I would go down there right now. With the Disney World. They're finding their footing again.
Yeah.
And Epcot's still a mess, from what I understand.
Yeah. Man, what a day! What a day!
Tell us about it. What happened? What's going on?
I had meetings from 9:30 till 5 today. They were good meetings, but my throat was starting to hurt after, just because of Zoom. You start talking louder than you usually need to do it in a room, and yeah, it was. And then tomorrow I have a 3-hour meeting all about spreadsheets.
Ooh.
Well, it's because of the Divinity Original Sin project has like 1,200 cards, so we got to figure out how to get that data merge going. Found a really cool thing though. Check this out. I'm gonna share my screen. So usually if you want to have stuff like this on like a card or something, you need to put like like that, and then do a search and replace for that. But this case, if I want to do like Lance attacks with, and then like that, it's basically this style is in Photoshop. I'm able to make this font. This font here out of Photoshop files, and it does this. So basically, I have my style set up that whenever I type a certain character and I map all of these icons, so like characters that nobody ever uses, it automatically changes it to this font. I might be geeking out a little bit. I'm sorry.
No, I mean that was cool, but I mean, this is what you do, though, huh?
Yes, that's what I do. But it's seriously like it's forgive the pun, but it's a game changer. It really is, because it's going to save hours of work.
That's fair.
And if you want to change, if you want to change something, you just change the font and it just updates automatically. So
made his life easier.
Mm-hmm. This is what I just drank.
What is it?
Van full of weirdos. Juicy IPA.
Juicy IPA.
What was I going to ask about?
About the cruise, before I forget. The people.
Oh, yeah.
They were really the people on the cruise and on the island. They were really appreciative. Like beyond.
Did you go, Cozumel?
Cozumel, yeah. They were really. It was beyond appreciative. They're like thankful that people were back. You know, and it was like a complete. We went into Philly International, in and out, and we got this shuttle service to our car, which we couldn't park long term at the airport, so we had to go to a hotel. And as soon as we got off the plane, the shuttle driver started bitching. I have stopped nonstop all day. People won't leave me alone. It's like a complete 180. Yeah, it is Philly, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Yeah, the
cool.
people were extremely appreciative. And I was talking to the one guy. He was saying they make $6 an hour, the equivalent. And it's like the equivalent of living on Hawaii to us, because everything's getting shipped in from the mainland on, they're on an island.
Yeah,
it was nuts.
Yeah, I mean, we've gone to Dominican, we've gone to Cuba, we've gone to Mexico. Cuba is by far the worst for poverty and standard of living.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
I've never been to Cuba.
Fidel, what he passed away, what is it now? It's gotta be like 7, 8 years ago now.
Isn't his brother in charge, or
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, you don't hear much about Cuba anymore.
I don't. Oh,
Cuba was a heck of a good board game back in the day. It's kind of an
Was
older
it?
title. Yeah, I owned that and the expansion for it. That was a good game. It was a little dry. It was a Euro, but I mean it was fantastic art. Michael Menzel did the art for it.
Michael Menzel, yeah, he's good. I like Mike's stuff. It's good stuff.
He was like, remember, he was like the cat's pajamas there for a while, and then people realized that like you could like there was more than just one guy who would slum and do art for a board game. That remember when you couldn't just go to ArtStation and throw a rock and hit somebody to make art for 100 cards.
It's so funny. We went to ArtStation. We were looking for Americana 1940s type magazine ad art, if you can picture what that looks like.
Oh yeah.
And we went there. We found this guy that's like, oh, dude, this guy's spot on. It's perfect. And we had him illustrate this one thing, and he sent it over. And I'm like, it was just a food object, and I'm like, this looks a lot like he just ran a Photoshop filter over this photo.
Yeah.
So I did a Google search, and sure enough, I found the photo that he used. So I email him back. I'm like, so did you illustrate this by hand? Oh, yes, I did. I'm like, you did you? Because it looks an awful lot like this photo here.
Did they respond?
He did. He's like, well, no, I don't know what to tell you. I did. I'm like, okay, well, we're going to pass. We're not going to work with you on this. He's like, well, here's my invoice for $100. I'm like, fine. I'll pay you your $100. Go away.
Yeah. And he probably thought, hey, well, I Control C, Control V, ran it through a filter. I made $100 for,
I guess,
for 5 minutes
sleep,
of work.
If he can sleep at night, then good for him.
Oh yeah, that guy had 12 more people that he did the exact same thing for and got his money. So.
Yeah, it was a bit sad.
What was at some point I got to get somebody on here who's playing Elden Ring so I can talk to them about it, so I can talk to somebody else about a video game.
Is that a video game or a board game?
It's a video game.
Okay.
Did you play any of the old Dark Souls games, Bloodborne, Demon Souls?
No, I'm not a big video game person.
Yeah. Well.
The last video games I really got into were like Splinter Cell, the first one.
No, get Richard back on. He can talk about that.
Richard Ham?
Yeah.
Did he work on that?
I think so. Or was he Siphon Filter? It was one of the two.
I don't remember.
A lot of my sister's friends worked on it because she's in Montreal, where Ubisoft is.
No, I have started a character and then realized I screwed up my character and then deleted the character. Well, I didn't delete it. I just started a new character. Then I screwed up that character. So now I'm on my third character and I think I'm doing it right. But every single time I ever do anything in Elden Ring, I find out that I probably screwed something up, and I'm going to have to respec my guy at some point. And I didn't increase the right attributes and stuff like that. It is what was it? It's a game where like you earn, like, it isn't truly experience points when you defeat things. You earn runes, and then you get trade. And the runes you can trade for all kinds of things. You can trade it for equipment and trade it for training and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
But the thing about the training is that, like, it's like, oh, I'm going to spend you know, whatever. You know, each time you spend a rune on training to like level up, the next level costs a little bit more. So like your first level costs you like 700 runes, but the next one's like 800 runes, and it's like 950. And it starts being exponential. And so it's one of those things where it's like, oh, you know, I screwed this build up, and it's so incremental. You don't really realize you're going down a bad path until like you've been down the bad path. Like you've leveled up your guy wrong like 6 times over, and you've done it the wrong way. And yeah, you can climb out of that hole. But I mean, and the whole purpose behind all of the Souls games and stuff like that was minimalist teaching to the player. Like, here's the very basic controls. Now, unlike most games that have like a ton of exposition as to like, you know, where you need to go, what you need to do it for, why you need to go there, what you're doing. This one, it's just like, oh, you know, you're this, you don't really know why you're called a tarnished, which is just basically like you were dead and you were brought back to life, and you don't really know why, and you think you have a decent idea about why, but you don't really know. And as the game progresses, it lets you know just little tiny little chunks of story that you slowly but surely kind of figure out. And I barely scratched the surface of it. And plus it is punishing combat that like you'll be going just fine. You'll be doing really well, and then you'll run into something that just has attacks and does something differently in some sort of way that like is unlike anything you've ever faced, and so it obliterates you in 2 hits. and then you have to figure out how to defeat it, and then like you literally like smash your head against the wall of that thing, you know, 15, 20, 25 times until you finally like figure out one part of its clue of how to get past it. And then you get it down to halfway down to health, and it completely totally changes to a different kind of fighting technique that you had no idea what you do now, and then it obliterates you again. And it just, and I mean, admittedly, and there's no way to change the difficulty level of the game. It's just set at, this is the difficulty level. And then and so the crippling thing is that you get to a point where it's like tens of thousands of runes to gain a level. And so you're earning these runes, and you're at like 50, 60,000 runes, and you run into one of these things that just destroys you. And you're like, oh, okay, so you lose all of your runes, but the runes are on the map. There's a spot on the map, it even glows for you and knows where it is. And if you can make it back to that spot, you can collect those runes. But if you die on the way back there, you lose them forever. So you could lose like hours of progress just because you went the wrong way. Something got a lucky hit.
Yeah.
It's Scott wants to know if I've done any of the co-op. Well, I don't have any friends who are playing it that are willing to play with me. So, and I don't know. I mean, Scott might be playing it, but I don't know if we can cross-platform because I'm playing on my PlayStation. I'm not playing it on my PC. Like, what is it? The thing was He said that they fixed the issues that were happening in Elden Ring. They did a day 1 patch on the PC, and they fixed a lot of that. So, there you go. There you go. I don't know. I'd love to try the co-op out. I've seen the things. It seems pretty cool. Like, you know, at least you give like the boss monster something else to, you know, smash apart. It isn't just you. So, but if you play co-op, that means you have to play multiplayer. And if you play multiplayer, that means people can invade your game and come in and kill you. So that's always nice.
Play back.
Yeah, but I don't know if anybody else is playing it that's online, so I can't complain about it right now. If my boss shows up tonight, he plays it. He loves it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. So I ran out of new things to watch. Like I got through Peacemaker. And
Yeah, I read your. I'm glad you liked it. It was good.
yeah, I got through. My daughter and I got through the next season of Disenchantment, which, for all the shows that Netflix cancels, Disenchantment, like, it feels like nobody likes that show, even though I just love it. I mean, I love the fact that it is not a Matt Groening show. It has humor, but it isn't like ha 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 humor. It's very sardonic and very like grim gallows humor. And
How many seasons?
yeah, what? That's got 4 now. I think it's the 4th to the 5th.
Any
season.
day now with Netflix.
Yeah. No, it's out. I'm
No, they barely get past 3.
Oh no, but so like, and then each season ends on a cliffhanger, right? And so this season ended on another cliffhanger, and so, and they've got a story that they want to tell, and it is just being very slowly unraveled, and it is being explained. I think they might only have 1 season left after this one. But I got through that. Let's see here.
Watch Valhalla. The Vikings Valhalla.
Well, no, but my thing is that nothing else I saw. Well, I guess my daughter and I are going to watch Space Force because the new season that just came out. But I gotta watch that with her. But so I was like, I need a show to watch as background noise. Well, I guess I could watch the first season of True Detective again, since that still remains one of the absolute finest seasons of TV that has ever been put on.
I haven't seen it.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh! I mean,
okay, you can skip the last 2, but
yeah. Well, no. I liked.
And the third one was okay. Yeah.
Season 3 was okay. I'll give you that. It was okay, but it also, and I'm avoiding spoilers here very carefully. Season 3, like, ends a lot like season 1, but season 1 had kind of a mildly uplifting ending, whereas season 3 just kind of just leaves you like, it just like it isn't like necessarily a horrible ending. It isn't, but it also just kind of like, okay, there you go, that's the story, and we don't really give you any kind of what's the word here? We don't give you any kind of mental break on it. We just kind of like, there you are, you get that, and that's the ending. It's not the ending you wanted. It doesn't tie everything up in a nice little bow. You don't get another episode, and it's over. Season 2 was horrible. I mean, it was I mean, there was no way it was ever gonna match season 1, but I mean, God, they didn't even come close. It was just, and so Matt, the whole purpose behind True Detective is that each season is about its own like story, and there's no the characters in the next story.
Yeah. It's like a season at a time. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
Kind of like Dirty John is.
And kind of like what's that horror show, but then recently now they've
American Horror Story,
but recently they've been kind of having continuations and callbacks to preceding seasons.
I started watching Guardians of Justice.
I watched the first one of them.
Oh God, it's bad.
Yeah, it is.
It's really bad.
It is.
I mean, so here's another show that has a wrestler as one of the main characters, right? But there's no happy ending on this one. Diamond Dallas, whatever his name is.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
My wife is watching Inventing Anna. She says it's pretty good.
Is she? Jen and I are watching that Pam and Tommy.
What is Guardians of Justice? It's not even coming up on
Netflix.
It's on Netflix, yeah.
It's not even coming up on justwatch.com.
Oh.
Which is weird.
Oh, it's
They have
it's
everything.
it's like this is probably D movie, not B movie, but D movie.
Yeah, yeah, it is.
Um,
I believe it's a foreign production too. So it's like sometimes you get that weird lip thing.
sure. Oh, now I gotta know. So I'm gonna go to Netflix.com here. Let's see here. Sign in. Let's go over here. Me. I caught part of the uh Tinder the Tinder swindler of on Netflix. My wife was watching it. That
Oh,
was
yeah?
that was interesting.
Yeah, Jen. I fell asleep to that one. Jen was watching that.
This
The
looks like a
Gilded
really
Age.
weird show.
Oh, it is.
I just started watching Burn Notice again. It's probably my third time through in the last 6 months.
Bird Notice.
Yeah, I love that show.
That was a good show. Oh, I was thinking of Halt and Catch Fire.
Bruce Campbell, man.
Yeah, he is in that.
Hour.
Or
Nice.
see now I gotta find out more about this show. The Guardians of Justice.
You really
This
don't.
looks
You
horrible.
really don't.
I gotta know more about this.
Do yourself a favor. Oh, hey, I played some new games this week.
Did you?
Tell me about them.
I
I
attempted
played Zach Connolly's new game. Lots.
Oh, I love the original.
This is a
That's
roll and
the
write. Yeah, super fun. Especially if you play by the actual rules, not what we did. But no, that was fun. I also played for the first time. I played New York 1901. I enjoyed that, probably because I won.
That's the blue orange one, right?
Yeah, it is.
I like that one.
Yeah, it was fun. It was excellent. And then we played this game that was fucking horrible. The Estates.
The Estates.
Yeah.
So here we go. This is I apologize. I have to. So Diamond Dallas Page, one of my all-time favorite wrestlers, is so. Guardians of Justice comes to Netflix as an Adi Shankar experience. I am reading this off of Decider.com, posted on March 1st. So like yesterday. Opening shot, I was there when everything changed. Nighthawk, Diamond Dallas Page tells us in a voiceover as we flash back 40 years to 1947, the height of World War III, when humanity was determined to end itself. The gist, in 1987, in the Guardians of Justice timeline, everything really did change 40 years ago when Marvelous Man arrived on Earth and smashed the tools of war, much to the chagrin of cyborgian mechabot Adolf Hitler. A flurry of headlines fills in the more marvelous moments, like how he defeated an ancient kraken and prevented the assassination of President John F. Kennedy. And by the 1970s, President Nixon had established a superhero group to assist Marvelous Man in protecting the world. The Guardians of Justice include Nighthawk, The Speed, Golden Goddess, Awesome Man, Blue Scream, Black Bow, and King Tsunami, the Overlord of the Oceans.
Oh, it's such a Justice League ripoff. It's not even funny.
So do you
Yeah.
remember the Squadron
Mhm.
Supreme comic book?
No.
Marvel had a group called the Squadron Supreme that basically every single one of the heroes in Squadron Supreme was like a DC version of the Justice League. Like Hyperion was,
Oh, Hyperion. Yeah, I know who that is.
yeah, and then Princess Power, and yeah, it was like Hyperion was like they tried to kill him with an Argonite bullet, instead of like Argon, it was Argonite, like instead of Krypton, Let's see here. Marvelous Man was always indestructible, but on the 40th anniversary of his arrival, the dejected Marvelous makes a shocking announcement on TV. I'm a prisoner in this bulletproof skin, he says, and he appears to blow his brains out with a bullet made from the god-killing substance Keltronite. The world is shocked at his suicide, while Marvelous the Man's wife, Laura Louise, swears it was murder. And a powerful private military poobah, Addison Walker, urges Nighthawk to investigate the circumstances around the shooting.
And his name is Cal in the show too.
Let's see here. Well, now I might have to just watch this to see how bad it is. Nuclear.
I didn't make it past one episode.
Nuclear brinkmanship is at play in the corridors of power as the Guardians fan out to confront the grab bag of international problems Marvelous Man would have tackled. Cyborg T-Rexes are attacking Syria. There's a mudslide in India. A terrorist known as the Scottish Skull has hijacked a U.S. Navy sub. And a new drug called Mellow Devil is loose in the streets of Los Angeles. Like it's a riot. This is what their take was. It is in its riot of visuals and breathless narrative. The 29-minute premiere of Guardians of Justice packs quite a punch. It's a gonzo stew of live action, manipulated stock footage, 8-bit weirdness, and animation styles cycling quickly between the blocky 1980s Saturday morning TV and Japanese anime. They throw everything on the screen simultaneously to the point that jokes and storyline and intent become one big splotchy amoeba.
It's a gut punch, more like it.
Decider says our call is stream it. Guardians of the Galaxy gleefully snipes at all things superhero, even as it riffles through 20th century history and pop culture ephemera to concoct its absurdist world.
What do Rotten Tomatoes give it? Let's see.
Because of the questions surrounding Marvelous Man's every
2%.
country is pointing the finger at one another, Walker tells Nighthawk. The only way this ends without an all-out nuclear holocaust is if you found out who really killed Marvelous Man.
It's not even on there, Barry.
No.
But it just came out, so.
Well, it is. Sorry, no, it is. 45.
45. Wow.
Well, that was, yeah, I did say nuclear. No, I didn't. Whatever.
Yeah, you did.
Maybe. Who cares? Everybody just, you know what? You go on. You go on a podcast, Mickey Kid. You go on a weekly podcast and have somebody question the way you say everything that you say.
Oh, geez, isn't that kind of pedal black?
So one of my favorite cameos. One of my favorite cameos was Chris Judge, who is like Teal'c from Stargate SG-1. He was the president.
Stargate one.
Stargate one, yeah. He was the president of the United States, and his name was Nick Nukem.
Yeah. Nick Nukem.
Nicholas Nukem.
Yeah.
Is Diamond Dallas Page the yoga dude?
Yeah. DDP Yoga. He there was, and I think it might, I don't know if it's on Netflix anywhere, but it was like the death and resurrection of Jake the Snake Roberts was that was worth a watch.
DDP, yeah. Have you seen the behind the mat on him, on his dad?
Who, on Jake the Snake? Yeah.
That is, oof. That's a gut punch to watch.
He had a rough life.
Where do you live?
Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Is it cold there right now?
It is. It was 50 degrees today.
Is there snow on the ground?
No, it's all melted.
So, I mean, would you not rather do your steps outside?
Oh, no. Plus, I just don't have. During the day, I do other stuff. I don't think about it. So
That's
pretty
fair.
much just for the last hour, I have to walk in place most nights.
I do too for different reasons, but I prefer outside. Yeah.
When John Zinser was living in California, he would go to Disneyland for his evening constitutional every night, which was pretty amazing.
All right. Yeah, that would be a cool walk.
I would.
Every night.
Yeah. You know, he'd always post photos. He's like, oh yeah, on my walk tonight. Like, you bastard.
Do you guys have an equivalent of that up there in Canada?
Same, if he cares, it is right now. It is 1 outside where I am. So that'd be
What
in
is it
Fahrenheit.
here? What is it here?
probably in the 40s here. We had a pretty warm day
Is-
today.
It's 24 here.
24.
Give me that in real.
I did.
In
I asked.
24 F.
Yes. F you.
If you do one, Matt. Matt, do you have an equivalent? Maybe not like Disney World, but like
Yeah, we got
Dollywood
Canada's
or
Wonderland
something?
in Toronto.
Wonderland. Okay.
Yeah, Canada's Wonderland. I think somebody bought it actually, but there's La Ronde in Montreal. They have the world's largest wooden roller coaster.
I'm out. I would like to do, but I'm out. I can't do coasters anymore.
I puke on coasters. I don't survive rides very well. You know what? I was sick after going on the chairs, like the
Really?
the chairs that go around like that. Yeah.
Pretty good with the motion sickness.
Yeah, I usually I'm fine with the driving and shit like that and on boats and everything, but I don't know what it was. It's just the zipper I can do. Not so bad.
I remember the moment when rides at amusement parks became more about like just hurting than being fun. It's just
Yeah.
it was just like I remember it was about like 4 or 5 years ago. We went to Valley Fair in Shakopee, Minnesota. And I mean, like I went on like 2 or 3 different roller coasters with my daughter. And like after each one, it was like, it wasn't that like I got sick or anything like that. It was just the shaking of my head back and forth. I got a headache. It was just like, and then also my body just being kind of like being bounced back and forth too. And I was just like, yeah, this isn't fun anymore.
No.
It's just it's kind of like VR, right? It's just like I if I do any I can do some of the VR stuff that my son has, like like I can do a Beat Saber or something like that. That's pretty normal. Anything where I'm moving, I just feel like I'm gonna throw up.
Somebody posted when we were kids, don't sit too close to the TV or hurt your eyes. And then they showed the next frame in the meme. And it was like somebody with their fucking the VR stuck to their face.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, just whatever. You get old.
You're old fart.
I do remember. I am glad I went on it, though. I mean, I was like, I would never go on it again. I mean, it wasn't, just because Valley Fair has that giant swing. I don't know if you ever seen these things where they just a big giant tower that goes 1,000,000 feet into the sky, and they put you in this chair. And there's a line of it. There's a line of like 20 chairs on either side of this beam, basically. And then they give you this, like, you have a over the, like, you have a seatbelt that goes over your lap or your waist or whatever. And then they basically bring down this one giant bar that they lock into place. And that's it. That's everything that's holding you into place. Which seems, I mean, it's like, obviously it's fine, but there's a little bit of like, could I have like an 8-point safety harness? Because
that 8-point safety harness is really going to matter when the cable snaps.
But no, so it's like, and then the thing is, it's like, so there's 2 of them, right? And they start going back and forth like this, like sitting there going back and forth. Until I mean I'm making a line here by saying it's 1,000,000 feet up in the sky, but I think it's like 100 and some feet up, right? Which I don't know, that's like 35 meters or something like that. But eventually you get up, so it's like you are parallel, and you are looking straight down to the ground, and all that's holding you is this bar. That's the only thing. And then you're going super fast, and then you go back, and then they go a little bit higher than parallel. So now you're like this, and you feel like you're sliding up and out of the chair, like, and then you're looking at death, and it's just like, and again, you're completely fine. But I mean, saying it and talking about it right now and like thinking about it, I was like, yeah, I remember I got off that and I was like, I never need to go on that ride again. I was just like, not gonna do it. Sorry, I'm out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, fart.
One of my favorite. So this is actually Canadian related.
Them damn Canadians.
Yeah. So I have there's a YouTube channel called Secret Base that does a ton of sports related videos, and they do deep dives into weird sports things. Like they like the search for the worst punt in NFL history, and they like literally like go through every single punt of every single game ever, trying to find the worst punt. And but they posted part 1 of a 4-part series, and it looks like each episode's going to be about an hour long, doing a deep dive into Dave Stieb, who was one of my all-time favorite pitchers ever, who pitched for the Toronto Blue Jays in during the 80s. He won the second most games in baseball, and he did it in almost complete and total obscurity because he played for the Toronto Blue Jays. And he was, and he was for the longest time, he was famous for, in back-to-back starts, he pitched a no-hitter through 8 2/3 innings and lost it with needing one more out. And then he went out the next game and he pitched, and he did it exactly again. He got to 8 2/3 innings and he lost it in the ninth. Yeah, that's like his. He eventually did get a no-hitter in 1990, but that was like in his second ever start, he had a no-hitter going through 8 and he lost it. And he was a part of he's been a part of more no-hitters than any other player in Major League, on almost no-hitters in Major League Baseball history. So anyway, so if you like weird baseball stuff, and if you're a fan of Dave Stieb, that's Stieb.
Did you watch the Ken Burns documentary on baseball?
Yeah. I mean, it was good.
The country one was really good too.
Yeah. But then again, we're not even going to have a baseball season this year, it looks like. So.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Won't be the first time.
We've never we lost one. I don't think we ever lost a complete season.
Yeah, one of them strikes.
There was the one season, we lost with the strike, but I was listening to something, not to go all talking baseball and stuff, but I was listening to somebody today, some sort of sports wonk on the radio. Yeah. And he put it really, really well. He said that, when there were a year ago, when nobody was there, everybody was like, how are we going to play these games? How are we going to do any sports? We were when it with the pandemic and everything, and nobody could, baseball had the opportunity to get their crap together and be the only sport going that was playing, and they could have done it, and they just, but the owners and players couldn't decide on the money, and so they ended up not being able to do it and stuff like that. And he's like, it's just they're, and it's alarmist right now, and people are just having fun, saying, oh, it's just a matter of time before there's just no baseball anymore, but I mean, there's this thing going on where they say, baseball, there's a good chance the Major League Baseball as we know it just won't really exist in 10 years or so.
I think that's a little gloom and doom. They just need to they need to fix the rules. It's too hard to hit right now. Everybody throws 90 to 100 miles an hour. Everybody does. So it's just you got
that's
a
why
bullpen.
they got rid of all the sticky stuff on the hands. That was the first thing, right?
They need more. I mean, I love baseball. I'll sit there for 3.5 hours and watch the White Sox, and I'll be in heaven. But I am the minority, and I understand that they have to spruce it up. They have to do something.
It's too slow of a game for this generation. It's coming up.
It's not even that it's too slow of a game. It's just they need to go down to like 140 games. They need
That's not enough though. That's still going to make the game super long though. I think that I agree with Barry. Like,
what are you gonna do? Like play 5-inning games?
Well, you can't do that because then you mess with all. I mean, I don't even know. They're in a bad spot.
Yeah.
They're in a bad.
Well, no,
spot.
I mean the problem is that it's too like, because of the way the game is set up, you have to have situations where you have to have it last 9 innings, because otherwise you just don't. It doesn't work, right? I mean, it's like a starting pitching and everything else. I mean, now, it's like teams are basically saying, like last year, people were experimenting with just basically like, yeah, we're gonna send a pitcher out, starting pitcher in, but they're only going to pitch 2 innings, and we know they're only going to pitch 2 innings, and we're just going to play it, have a bunch of relievers, and then there's already teams talking about the fact that you don't need a starting pitcher anymore. I mean, you can have your bullpen just be comprised of 18 pitchers, and you just rack through them, because if you're only asking a guy to go out there and pitch 2 innings, he can pitch the next day.
But the problem with that is that slows down the game even more, because there's
But analytics show that you'd be better off doing that, because like players get used to the pitcher they're seeing, after the like second or third time they go through the lineup.
Matt, how did cricket handle this? They shortened it from a 1-week tournament to a 5-day tournament. How did they handle the slowness of cricket?
I have no idea.
That's such a weird question.
I was asking Matt. It's like a cousin sport.
Why would you ask me?
I thought it was big in Canada, cricket.
Cricket's not popular in Canada.
Oh, is that? No. I thought it was.
Hockey, baseball.
I knew hockey was.
Football.
I knew cricket was. So. All right,
Pretty
maybe
much
it's England. I was thinking.
Do you have your own Canadian baseball league? You just have the Blue Jays.
Did we not have somebody else?
You had the Expos, but they became the Washington Nationals.
Well, no. I mean, didn't we have like a BC team at one point? Or maybe that's basketball. That's the Grizzlies, right?
Yeah, you had the where were they before they were in Memphis?
You stole the Raptors, though, right?
Mm-hmm.
Got that ring. Thanks, Kawhi.
No, I don't know sports.
Not even cricket. Really?
Yeah, cricket.
The crazy thing about sports leagues is that, like, and this is something that, like, I didn't really realize until I was in my 20s, is just kind of like they're just basically big corporations. It's like they become so, especially baseball, you become so in tune that it's like, it's the national pastime. Like, it's somehow like some sort of American tradition. No, it's just a bunch of rich people that decided they wanted to have a organization and make money, and they have a product, and then they market that product to radio and baseball. So I mean,
so many things have become like that, right? I mean, look at the fucking baseball card industry now.
Yeah,
like that's just it's atrocious, really. It really is.
Yeah.
You used to buy baseball cards as a kid because you had these heroes and you wanted a little memento to remind yourself and to kind of look up to and stuff like that. Now it's just a fucking money thing.
Yep.
Well,
to be fair, I'm sure it was back then too, Matt. We just didn't feel
that way. Well, I mean,
it's more.
But the baseball card stuff, like that is like, if you look at card collecting now, it's all these weird, like companies that are making these things, it's almost like, and I hate bringing up NFTs again, but it's almost kind of weirdly like that, where they're just like, okay, yeah, so we're manufacturing our own rarity. You know, and admittedly, you know, like back in the day,
They got burned. You
no,
know.
so back in the day, you could go to Tops or Donruss or Fleer
Or
or Upper
OPG.
Deck or whatever, and you could say every year you could just pay them, you know, here's whatever, here's $440, and they'd send you a box that had one of every single card that they produced that year. Instead
So
of
they
going
said.
what?
So they said.
No, like in the 1960s, 70s.
Oh yeah,
80s.
back then, yeah.
Yeah. No. It was every single card. It was, and it was just like, and I had a buddy whose dad did that for him every single year, and I thought he was I mean, like I remember, like he had an entire room in his basement of all of these like cardboard sleeves that were just basically like, you know, it was like 1974 Tops, 1975 Tops, you know, 1984 Donruss, you know, he just, and it was all every single card. And then if he found out later that a certain card was worth money, you know, they'd take it out, they'd put it in one of those, you know, plastic prisons, you know, to you know, keep it safe, and then you know, tuck them away. But I mean, that was so like when he and, you know, when we would go and like head over to the local shop and we'd, you know, buy a bunch of cards or whatever, we were, you know, super excited to like, you know, check them out and everything like that. But that was before too, that was before they had like, I mean, I remember the very first time there was ever, and I think it was Upper Deck cards, when they were like, you know, they started actually saying, oh, you know, it's like they started making cards rare, like, oh, you know, it's like you need to, there's going to be like 16 of these cards that, you know, are for the 16 top slugger cards, and they had a special hologram on them or something like that, and they were like inserted randomly into the packs, and you had to like, and I remember trying to get a hold of those, you know, and stuff like that. And that was like, and that was what they realized, holy crap, we're making a lot more money off this stuff now. So they started once again, you know, making rarity, and for some reason, you know, and then, you know, making it so people were willing to, you know, pay for it.
I mean, I used to use clothespins and put them on my bike when I was a kid, right?
Yeah.
So.
Well, you did that with, you know,
You are
Billy,
old, that.
Billy Ripken.
What are
and what have you.
clothespins?
Yeah. I remember like
What I really wanted though, Barry, like I had to do the cheap version, but what I really wanted was these things you could put on your bike, and it was this like this grip that you would slide onto your handlebar, and you would turn it, and it would sound like a motorcycle.
I know what you're talking about.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I think my cousin had it on his bike. What were they?
No, like my son, just the other day, we were at a GameStop, and he looked over and he was like, and he just collects Pokemon cards. He's got, you know, a few albums of them and stuff like that. And he pointed out, he's like, hey, there's brand new Pokemon cards. And he was like, can I get one? And I was like, yeah, that's fine. You know, we can buy a couple packs, no big deal. And so, you know, we bought a couple packs, and like in for him it's exciting still, because like there's like the special, you know, whatever, you know, card, and like, and he got like one of the more rare like cards. He got like a Charizard card out of it, and he was, you know, just super excited, because it was like, you know, I mean, which is cool. And I was like, okay, you know, make sure that when you get that home, you take it, and you know, we put it in the sleeve, because he's got like a thing for the stuff that's ones that are rare and whatever. And you know, I mean, so I dig that. That's kind of cool, and he gets excited about it. But I mean, you know, he's never going to sell them. I mean, you know, it's like they're never going to be. It's one of those things where it's just like, you know, he won't. You know, I mean, it's just he'll never. They'll become something that I put on a shelf somewhere, and when they come and, you know, clean out the house, they'll after they plant me in the backyard, they'll dig in there, like, and somebody will say, well, do you think this is worth anything? And then, theoretically my son will say, yeah, it probably is worth something, but I don't know where to sell it or whatever with it, and I'll end up giving it to somebody or something.
Circle of life, Lance.
I just found a berry. It's called raw power.
Yeah, I saw it. It was exactly that thing too, with the box on it. Yeah.
I was jealous of my friends that had those. I gotta tell you. And I had a big wheel, but I was really jealous of the people that had the green machine.
The green. I don't remember the green machine.
I had a green machine.
Did you? See, I'm jealous of you because it was
the best thing about the
articulated
green
in
machine,
middle.
because you steered it with you didn't have a steering wheel. You had the two things that, like, so you'd push and then, like, and so it would turn it, because you had the two levers that you used to turn. But the green machine, the reason why the green machine rocked was because you could get somebody and you could do it quick, and you'd skid out. You could slam the back of your thing into the side of it.
Well, you could skid as well on the big wheel because you had that little handbrake.
Yeah, but it wasn't nearly as easy or as cool as the green machine. I love my green
skill
machine.
on the big wheel.
We used to play, me and like all the other kids in my cul-de-sac. We used to just, how any of us survived. We used to like go as fast as we could and run right into each other all the time, playing smash up. We just smash up derby.
That explains a lot.
You're young and made of rubber.
You just
Not the important shit said in yet.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna call it a night. I gotta get up early tomorrow.
I'll call you a night.
Did you get your initials yet?
No. I
don't think it's coming.
Yeah, it'll either show up or it won't. Like literally, like I gave up on I gave up on mine or whatever. Like as far as like the first one, and then all of a sudden one day it showed up. It was just kind of like, and he even sent me a T-shirt too, which which was like a medium, and I was like, thanks, and I gave it to my kid. I was like, there you go, you can have this. No, I mean, I think, I'm trying to remember now. I don't know. I'll reach out to him again.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's just, I don't
ask every week, and I had to ask this week.
So. I don't want to have to do the work and put it all together. Just like so in the world of in the real world of the Initials game that they play every Friday on KFan, there's a guy that won it all the time. And his name was Paul Lambert. His radio name is Meat Sauce. And
oh yeah, I saw him.
Yeah, so the so he was like the guy who won all the time. And so the reason why they did the Initials game in the first place was there's a guy, his name's AJ Mansour, and he was leaving. He was an intern. He was leaving the show. He got done with college or whatever. And so they did an Initials game for AJ. They just used A and J, and the guy just came up with the idea. It's like, it's like, I'll come up with 10 things that use the same initials as AJ. And then it just became something that everybody liked to do. So they just kept doing it and doing it. Well, so AJ left and he came back, and then he started doing the initial stuff, and he slowly but surely kind of caught up and overtook that guy Paul Lambert. And so now he's just, it's one of those things where it's like he's just good at trivia, and plus he's kind of clued in really well with the guy who runs it, the guy who made it. Mm-hmm. Like he just kind of knows the way he thinks. Like that's one of the reasons why Anthony Rakama, that's one of the ways he said he knew he was really good at Initials, was that he understood the way my brain worked. And so then he could follow the same kind of pathways or whatever. So like the clues made more sense to him. For whatever reason. So that being said, so they're trying to like they've all said it's like they're coming up on the 400th episode of Initials, and they're like, so the people that listen to the radio, like they say the show, because he wins like 75% of the time. Like there's 5 people that play every Friday or whatever, and he wins most of the time. And they're just basically saying this is boring. It's not even fun to like listen anymore, because like he gets the answers on the first or second clue, and he's just like, and they're just kind of like, and so they're trying to like say, well, with the 400th episode, that'll be his retirement episode, and he'll go, and then he'll retire. But like he said, I'll do it, but everybody's got to agree that I'm the greatest of all time at the game. And then they came up with the whole Game of Thrones bend the knee. Everybody's got to bend the knee and declare me the greatest of all time, or whatever. It's radio, right? And Paul won't. He's just like, no, I'm not going to do that. And they're just like, and he's just like, no, that's fine. He can continue coming on. I don't care. He can win every time. And they're like, well, why don't you just do it? He's like, because I'm not doing it. And they're trying to come up with a way to give it, they're trying to convince him to do it. And then now they're going to say that they're going to do a one-on-one between Paul and AJ, just one-on-one. And then if Paul wins, he doesn't have to do it, and he kicks AJ off of the 400th episode. He doesn't get to do it. But he still, but he said but they said even if that happens, you still have to tell him he's the greatest of all time. He's like, nope, I won't do it. Not going to do it.
It's just silly.
It's probably all for radio, right? It's just they've got it already planned out. It's just like anything else. I don't maybe I shouldn't. Damn you, reality TV. I just don't trust anything anymore. There was a time when somebody was like, oh yeah, they totally do this, that, the other thing. And there was a time when I would be like, yeah, that could be real. Now anything is just like
contrived, and
no, it's just like
downfall of our society.
It's just I just can't believe in it, right? I mean, it's just like, I don't know.
We recently, I was talking to a friend of mine. He has a pub in the South End, and I go there every Sunday night to play board games, and he does like trivia nights and all this other stuff. And I said, hey, we should do a Hot Ones wing challenge night one night. He's like, yeah, let's do it. And
you'll regret it. It'll be messy.
So he's going to order the sauces from theheatness.com, and he's going to order 4 or 5 of them. It was just like $120 each for each of those sets. And we'll have a night. I'll do the advertising for it. And for somehow, I don't know how this happened, but I got roped into emceeing the night. Well, it hasn't happened yet. We're going to do it after St. Patty's. And I don't know. I think I'm going to back out. I just want to go and have fun. I don't want to MC the fucking thing.
Well,
and in case you're curious, MC in this case stands for Master of Chilies.
Oh, isn't that clever? No, there was a time when have I ever told you about the ultimate hot wing night that we did for like a D&D thing? So I'll tell the story, but I'll let you then go, Matt. So I will let you log out or whatever. And yeah, Scott said I watched the last episode of the Initials. They take it super seriously. They do. They are like super like hardcore on it. But anyway, so many years ago, I'm guessing I'm in my early 20s. In like the 4th or 5th iteration of our own role-playing game system that we all worked on together to create. And to be fair, my friends Jason and Craig did most of the work. I did, it was probably like, 45, 10, but I me and like, I would basically read stuff and say, wouldn't this work better if you did it like this, that kind of thing. They came up with this new rule set and they called it Fantasy was the name of the rule set. And like, we still didn't have a really good magic system. So we like literally did not have magic. We just played. So we were playing grimdark, like, role playing when it wasn't. So my friend Jason, who I've had, he's my buddy. I still play D&D with him. He came up with this campaign for it, and we played it. And we played this campaign. One of my all-time favorite characters I ever played. This warrior named Artemis Dracone, and like he was a member of this army and of the empire, and the empire in the campaign fell, and so he started trying to because he believed in the country. Yeah, it just he had a good story arc. He had a very good story arc throughout the entire thing. And but I remember we were playing it, and then we got to the final evening, and like the last time we were gonna play, I had this apartment, this shitty little 2-bedroom apartment next to NDSU, which is North Dakota State University. You guys know that, next to this college. But it was big, it was huge for what it was. And me and my roommate were so cheap, we never turned our heat on ever. We just kind of even in the middle of winter, we just refused to turn the heat on because we didn't want to pay for it. We just basically had lots of blankets and bundled up. I had a water bed that was heated, so if I was cold, I just went and lay down on my bed.
Yeah, my sister had one of those.
Yeah, so I remember I was sitting there, and we were and then after a while, one winter it got so cold, my roommate, he actually turned the heat on in his room just at night so he wouldn't freeze to death. And then we left the door open to his room, and so there was heat that would kind of waft out a little bit. But anyway, so we were getting together, and we all knew it was gonna be the last night we played. And at the time, I was working at the local Hooters establishment as a shift cook, which basically I ran a shift as a cook, and so I could get cheap food there. And so I was like, what should we should do something special for the last session. And we were talking about it, and I was like, well, I can get us all a bunch of wings, from the Hooters. I can get them from dirt cheap. Mm-hmm. And they're like, yeah. And then Jason's, who had gone, he was from Fargo, North Dakota. He had gone to school on the West Coast at Reed College, and he had remarked that there was the wing culture over there was great, but he said, I never was able to find the ultimate hot wing. He's like, I never found a wing that was so hot that I couldn't consume it. And so I was like, oh really? And so I went back, and I remember I went and got us, it was 6-7 guys in their 20s, so I got 100 wings, and I basically the sauce that we use to make the wings at Hooters, basically there's the thing called 3 Mile Island, which was the hot thing. It wasn't that bad actually, but so you could make it hotter, basically you put more of that stuff on it. And so so we had things where you'd go 4 mile, 5 mile, or 6 mile. And so so I made a batch of 20 wings that were 6 mile plus. I just kept on ladling on this basically this hot goo that you put on it. And I mean, they looked radioactive when I got done. And I was just good Lord. I mean, I remember when I was putting them in the carton, I was my eyes were watering. I was just oh God. And I was okay, well, he said, he's and I remember he was and I brought the wings in, and I was and I had those 2 boxes, 10 wings each. Those, I said, are for you, my friend. And he was oh, so these are the ultimate wings, eh? And I was yes. And on the 4th or 5th one, sweat was just pouring down his face. He would turn beet red. To his credit, he said, I'm going to finish these. I'm going to. And he finished, he went through all of them.
And then went to the ER.
And he was running, and he was the DM, right? And he was running, he took so many bathroom breaks that night, and he was just oh God. He was just
that's just bad.
Just screaming. But he did it.
Yeah.
I don't know why people do that to themselves.
I love hot.
But I did that on a date once with my ex-girlfriend Sabrina. It was a double date, And I was in my early 20s, and I want to prove how amazing I was. They had 80 wings, standing for Ass Destroyer. If you eat them all, you got them free. And I was like, I'm gonna do that. And by the end of it, I ate them all. By the end of it, we had a bucket of beer. They just give you like this bucket. There's ice in the bottom. And I had eaten through all the dirty ice in the bottom of the bucket. And I was just every orifice of my face was just leaking. There was snot. And I was just like, I can't touch my face or it burns. And it was it was an interesting date.
And then
I'm sure
you had to go to the bathroom later.
I felt that for the next day. Like it was not just that; it was
I'm a big fan of hot stuff, like the hot sauce and stuff. When I used to work at a restaurant, my friend Steve, who's still a good friend of mine, he was head bar. And on Thursday nights, it was like this. We called it Super Thursdays, but really we called it Stupid Thursdays because it was so busy. $2.50 for 10 wings, or a thing of zucchini, or nachos, or whatever. And it was just like crazy apps night. And as a busboy at the time, I was just running my ass off all night. And every now and then you just stop by the bar and you do a shooter. And it was these ashtray shooters, they were called. And back then you could smoke in bars. We had these glass ashtrays and he would wash them with soap and water and get them all clean and mix in the mixer. He would put suicide sauce from the wings, lemon juice, Tabasco sauce, and vodka. Shake those up, pour them out into the ashtrays, and we do these ashtray shooters.
Why?
I don't know.
Giggles,
it was the 80s. I don't know.
You're young and
because you're young. That's why.
And it was so. I mean, like that. To their credit, the restaurant had really good suicide sauce. It was actually flavorful and hot.
Yeah, that's tough. Sometimes it's just heat, and it's just.
It is, and it's like there's a sauce called the Bomb. It's fucking disgusting. It's just pure heat and painful. It's no good.
Yeah, and that's like when they do the sauce challenge on the thing. It's like the bomb is like the 7th or 8th one, and see when that one comes up, there everybody's just like, yeah, this is horrible.
I haven't had that one. That's the Bomb, like super extreme. I've only had the regular the Bomb, and even then it was like it tasted like shoe leather. It was just gross.
Yeah, like most of them, everybody always says, yeah, this tastes like garbage. I can remember though, I mean, when I wasn't working at Hooters yet, I remember going there, and on their wing Wednesday night, you're talking about like $2.50 for 10 wings. It was like $6. This is like 1992, 93.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, I think it was $6 or $7.
Oh,
you got a pitcher of hams.
Whoa, hams.
Yeah, you got a pitcher of hams.
What the hell's hams?
The best beers.
Hams is beer refreshing.
You need to go watch those old commercials with the bear.
From the land of sky blue waters.
Yeah, that beer was terrible. I used to drink that. 30 packs.
Oh yeah, 30 pack of hams, $9.99.
Like Schlitz bad or?
Nah, it's just it's
PBR bad.
Yeah, it's as a buddy of mine says, like, so hams was like the unofficial beer of our softball team, because if you struck out, you had to bring a case of beer. Every strikeout you had to bring a case of beer, and so hams cost between $10 to $15 for a 30 pack. And so if you had strikeout beer coming, it was like we'd always talk about on Thursday nights. It was like, oh boy, we had 4 strikeouts. Everybody always strikeout beer. And it's just like I brought beer tonight. You can't pre-buy. It's like you owe a case of beer. So like the next week would come, and and nobody left until you drank it all, right? And so there'd be like 120 cans of hams to be drunk between. But
at least it tastes mostly like water.
Yeah, as my buddy once
said, like Bud Light.
As he cracked one open and drank, he's like, tastes like lake. It's like, because it was just like the cheap beer you have at the lake when you're like, you're sitting in a boat, you're fishing, you've been falling asleep and waking up repeatedly, and like you're sunburned over half of your body, and you don't really care if you catch a fish anyway.
And it's American beer, so it's weak.
Well, it's
Good
they
point.
say
Good point.
it's like making love in a canoe.
That's
It's
funny.
fucking close to water. But but yeah, so you got 20 wings and a pitcher of hams, and I remember
That's pretty good.
It was a good deal. And so me and my buddy Shad, we went there, and this is horrible for me to tell this story, because it's like this don't do this. This is awful. Nobody should ever do this. So I remember sitting there, and we were drinking, and we're 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 eating, and we're drinking, and we're eating, and we're drinking, and all of a sudden, and like, and this is before cell phones, right? And then all of a sudden, like, a buddy of mine shows up, a third buddy of mine shows up, and he's with his like fiance and somebody else, and they were like, "Oh, hey, we're heading downtown to like go to this bar." And the guy I'm drinking with, he's like, "Oh, let's go to the bar." And I was like, "No, I want to go home." I was looking at the time. It was like 9:15. I was like, my girlfriend gets done working to 10. I'm supposed to go over and pick her up at her job, and because she doesn't have a car, I can't go to the bar. And he's like, "Oh," and so he lived in the apartment building right next to me, and he was just like, "Well, I really want to go to the bar." And I was like, "Well, just drive me back to my apartment." And then he's like, "Here, just take my car and park it at my apartment." And I was like, "All right, fine, whatever." And I had too much to drink, and I shouldn't have been driving. But I remember as I pulled onto the interstate to head home, I saw a highway patrolman had pulled over a car, and I was like, "Oh, well, good. That guy's busy. He's not going to pull me over." And like, little did I know, he had just gotten done with all the tickets, and all of a sudden I see the lights come on, and he pulls me over. And and I chewed my cinnamon gum or whatever, just to clear up my breath and everything.
Because it works.
Yeah, because it works.
Yeah, cops never.
Yeah.
Taste the
Why
cinnamon.
are you chewing 17 pieces
Fresh
of Big
it.
Red? No reason. I'm eating Funyuns and chewing Big Red. What's it to you? Just like, But I remember, but my buddy forgot to tell me that he had a tail light out and a headlight out on his car as I was driving it home. Thankfully, the guy just basically said, he kind of quizzed me with a bunch of questions and asked me the same questions again. At one point, he asked me to come back and sit in the cop car with him. I was like, I'm screwed. And then but he kept on asking me. And then he's like, "Where are you going to college again?" "Oh, you say you're going to this college?" "No, I said I was going to this college." "Oh, yeah. And you're a math major?" "No, I'm an English major." And he's like, "Oh," so he was like kind of quizzing me to like see if I give him the same answers. And then he said, "So, hey, here's the warning for your buddy." Because I couldn't find his registration anywhere. It took me like 20 minutes to find his registration in his car, because his car was just this little piece of shit Escort that was like just full of old pizza
Ford
boxes
Escort.
and stuff.
Nice.
Yeah, and I was just, and so I found, but I got his stuff, and he's just like, and then he handed me back my license, and he said, he's like, I'm not gonna give you a citation tonight. Give your buddy this warning. He's got 30 days to fix the lights on his car. And then he looked at me, he goes, "You should go straight home and you should stay there."
Mm-hmm.
And I was just like, "That's my plan." And he said, "Good, because I'm going to follow you the entire way." And then he did. He followed me all the way into the parking lot, and he waved to me as and I got the car.
Count your lucky stars there.
Yeah,
Really.
My
I mean,
life
I
would
was-
have took a different path if that would happen.
Yes, really.
And then I remember I got home, and I called the place where the girl worked, and I was like, "Yeah, I can't drive and pick you up." And she wasn't really happy with me.
Yeah.
It's just like, there's got to be somebody else there that can give you a ride home. I'm pretty sure this guy's circling the block waiting for me to leave at this point. So,
Yeah.
But
Yeah, we had a pub. So in Montreal, there's a road where there's called Peel Street, and the Peel pub. There's there was a big chain of them, but the big one was on Peel Street, and they opened one up in Ottawa, and they had these nights called the Bladder Buster nights, where basically the first person to go to it was free beer until the first person went to the washroom. And then tell me you didn't want to be that first person to go to the washroom. And they had these incredible specials like penny wings, 99-cent plates of spaghetti. It's just literally they were like it was the markup was for the beer for once they were actually charging for it, I guess.
Oh yeah.
That was
my local watering hole. They had a special every night. The Chubb's Pub. Monday was mug night. A 32-ounce mug of beer. When I first started drinking there, 32-ounce mug of beer was $1.25. But you had to pay $1 for the mug. But after that, the mug was yours, and you had to bring it back every Monday. So as you went in, and like all of our cars had like 30 mugs in the back of our cars because people would leave them. Well, first of all, you'd forget to bring one, but people would leave them, and we grabbed the extras, right? And there are these. I still like here. Actually, I should just show you. There you go. We used to get this thing full of it was domestic tap beer, so it was like Coors Light or Miller Light or Bud Light, but $1.25, and then you'd
That's like military mess pricing.
Yeah, and so and so you'd get that, and then then Tuesday nights was pitcher night, and we rarely went on Tuesdays.
$2.
Yeah, no, pitchers were like $3.75. But the thing that sucked about pitchers was like you had to get the little plastic cups, and you were just always like you couldn't remember where you left your cup, and you didn't know if you were drinking your own beer or somebody else's, and Tuesdays were just a bad night to go. And then Wednesdays that was another night we rarely went. And it was like Wednesdays was Colorado Bulldogs or White Russians, just basically those types of drinks.
What's the first one?
Colorado Bulldog. Look it up.
What's that?
It's just it's a weird drink.
Okay.
You'll find it. It's basically like a White Russian with some changes to it. But Thursday night was like those 10-ounce cups, plastic cups. Quarter beer night. Thursday nights. It was like, and the place was packed. It was like somebody said, it's like, I love partying with 100 people in an elevator. Just like, and you'd send somebody to the bar at 8. Who's going to go there at 8 o'clock so we can make sure we have a table? Like, that's the thing. Like, and it was like there was no, they had pool tables, but there was no way you ever could play pool on Thursday nights because the whole place was full. But that was quarter beer night. Friday nights was Long Island teas, and Saturdays was I think it was like schnapps shooters or whatever. We rarely went on Saturdays either. It was just like, well, we just wouldn't get the specials.
So Colorado Bulldog is basically a vodka paralyzer,
if you say so.
What you said.
Saturday nights were always the night we'd go to the liquor store and just go back out to our car a couple times.
There you go.
Not paying Saturday night drink prices.
I do remember.
You got a Colt 45.
I do remember there was a Saturday night that I remember, because we rarely went to Chubb's. No, there was a Sunday night, and Sunday night had no specials. But I remember me and a buddy of mine, we went there because we just wanted to go play some pool. And I remember it was like, I do remember we were sitting there, we had to drink. I forget what we were drinking. I think we just asked for Long Island teas because they actually had a pretty good tea mixture. But I still remember that night, to the end of my days. Like, we were sitting there, we were gonna play pool, and the waitress, we were regulars obviously, and we ordered our first drink. And I remember the first one she came back, she had burned it so bad. It was like my buddy, he took a sip, he's like, I think I used this to clean the engine of my car once. But after the first one, man, they went down really, really easy. After that, I remember that was
because your taste buds were fried off.
Well, that we were already drunk after the first one.
Let's leave the camera alone.
All right.
The old days, right? When if if I have too much to drink, it's like a 2-day thing where you're just like, you still don't feel well for days.
These are gonna hit me tomorrow. I had
Yeah.
2 drinks tonight. Gonna hit me tomorrow.
That's
don't get me
why I
wrong.
don't drink anymore, pretty much.
I don't get me wrong. I really enjoy a beer with a meal, and I really, really enjoy whiskey, just straight.
Yeah.
I've gotten to that point where I can just I really, really like it. I
We just
can't do
makes
it
so
there.
much more sense to me though. Like it's like, oh, you got a drink, and I guess if you want to enjoy the experience, but like it's instantaneous. It's like, oh, that's that. I just took a hit and I'm good. Oh yeah, you need to drink 3 or 4 beers. You got to pay $12 over there. Like it's just. Ugh.
That's just it though. I don't really even get drunk anymore. It's just
No.
I think I drink slow enough that I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't. I mean, gone are the days of.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
We went out for dinner the other night, and it was like first night in a while, and I had this, oh my god, it was like this amazing lamb shank. And like literally I could take the bone and go like this, and all the meat would just fall right off.
Sounds
And-
horrible.
Good.
Oh no, it was so good. It was like braised, it was beautiful. But I gotta have a glass of wine with that. Like totally.
I consider wine different from beer. Like I don't personally feel like much beer tastes good. Like compared to other liquors or just compared to like Yoo-hoo or chocolate milk. It's just I've never been like I just don't think it tastes. I mean, ciders are the only one, but for the most part, like 95% of the beers, I'm not like, oh, this is better than just drinking.
Really?
You just don't have a palate for it. I mean,
I
Yeah.
don't.
Yeah,
I
some
don't.
people don't.
Admittedly, I do
Like that's me and scotch.
not.
I don't
Just
think I've ever had
Scotch
scotch.
is
Fire.
Scotch is tough. No, it isn't. Then you're drinking cheap Scotch. Then
It's a very acquired taste, and it's like it's an
well, there's,
educated
like
taste.
you have to be into that weird, like, oh, I need my peaty, there's like that smoky peat feel, taste to it. And I'm not a big Scotch drinker either. I'll drink it if somebody's like, here, I bought you a thing of this. Okay, you just spent $40 on this glass, so I'm not gonna like not drink it. But I mean, I don't know, man. It's just like anything else. It's like if it took me forever to find a whiskey or a bourbon that I actually really liked, and then you kind of learn the kind you like, and then you can kind of search for things that are like that. And like because everybody remembers that first time they took a shot of Jack Daniels and they were like, "This is horrible."
Yeah.
That's
it's just like-
every shot for me. Every shot of
Is
Jack
it?
Daniels.
I mean, I can distinctly remember like me and that aforementioned friend of mine who was at the Hooters with me. Like it was one of those weird nights where you end up at a bar and then you hear about an after bar party somewhere else. And you go to the after bar party and it's lame and there's nobody there. But somebody says, "Oh, I'm heading over to this other after bar party." So you go to that one. And it was at and then it was like, and we're at somebody's house and we're just like, and this is once again before cell phones, before anything. And I distinctly remember like we get there and we've got like a sixer that we've drank 3 of already. And we're sitting around, there's no other alcohol there. And I was just like, this is lame. And then we realized that like we could go out in the backyard, climb up on their deck, and then climb up on top of the roof of this house in like, in some place in Fargo. And so me and him are just sitting up there and we're having fun. We're peeing on the roof and being stupid. And it's like, oh, it's going down into the gutter, just like, and we're having fun. And then I remember like, and then we get done drinking all of our beer. And I was like, damn it, I want more to drink. And he was like, hold on, I'll see if I can find something. And so he goes down and he's just vanishes for a while. 10 minutes later, he comes back up. He's got a full bottle of Jack Daniels that he probably broke into somebody's liquor cabinet and stole. I was just like, really, Jack? He's like, yeah, let's do this. And then so he sits there and so we crack it open and I take a pull and I'm like, Then I watch him and I was like, and I watch him just go, and I was like, I just shook my head. Bad idea. He put it down. Whoa!
No,
Oh,
good night, folks.
I looked over and I was like, that's a bad idea. And I remember we both at the same time, we both kind of like decided to lean back and we were sitting on top of the roof and we are like, let's both wait. We both just were, of course, drunk and trying to figure out the solve the world's problems. Me and you right now, we're going to figure it out. We were like, we were going to lean back and just stare at the sky. And both of us looked up and we're out in the country, and it's late. It's like a summer night, but it was overcast, and so it was just flat gray, and there was nothing to focus on. And so I was like, "Oh, that's not a good idea," because my eyes are just going crazy. Can't see anything. Oh man,
I'm gonna take my bows. Have a good
Yeah.
night.
Later, man.
See you, Matthew.
See you guys. Thanks for chatting.
Later, brother.
I played a new game. I played a new game that's probably be pretty popular. Talk about that. I played I actually played 3. I played the Wizard of Oz adventure book game from Ravensburger, which is a 6-chapter adventure book where it's like a book and you go from page to page, which I thought was very okay. Played it 8. I played it. It's 15 minutes per chapter. It's a Target exclusive. I think it's like $30. And I had high hopes after what I heard everybody say about Jaws. And this one, I played it solo. I played the whole thing
Which
solo.
game? Which game?
The Wizard of Oz
Okay,
adventure.
the Wizard
book.
of Oz. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I thought you moved on to a different one. You said it's very okay. Good.
Yeah, it's not good. I don't think it's good. I think maybe if the right crowd is good, I don't think anybody's going to think it's great. It's just neat. It's like, oh, look, they made a Wizard of Oz game and it works thematically, but the actual gameplay, it's just, I felt like it could have simmered for a while. But I think it's going to sell well because I think people are going to like the basic idea of the 30-point price. I don't think anybody's going to hate it, but it's okay. And then I also played another new Target one, which was Mantis, which is actually really damn good. It's from the people who did Exploding Kittens. It is a super simple filler weight. They're advertising it as a party game / family game. And I played it game night tonight, and I played it with my family. It is delightful. It's really super simple. You have one of 2 choices. Either you draw a card, put it into your area, draw a card to put it in somebody else's area and steal their cards. But it's a lot of fun, and I think it's going to do really well for them. Mantis, highly recommend. And Wizard of Oz adventure game, meh. Borrow somebody else's copy because I imagine they'll probably be willing to do that after that. And then the other game I played that was new that Scott was talking about a couple weeks ago was Twinkle, which is like this filler weight game where you have to build a constellation by drafting dice. And that was pretty good too. I'm gonna keep that one. I liked it. Those are the new games I played.
So that with Jaws was fantastic. It was just really good.
Fantastic.
And
There's
I
nothing
wanted, but then so when they came out with the Alien board game, I was like, I gotta play this. This is
I just got
exciting.
that one. Yeah.
I was just so okay, this is fine to that one.
Yep, that's exactly how I felt about the Wizard of Oz.
And I was just I was like, oh, how could you come up with how could you do Jaws and it's just so freaking amazing? And this one just feels like, I don't know.
It's a Rasenberger one, right?
Yep.
I felt it was a lot like that the monster game, just repasted.
Horrified or whatever it is.
You're horrified, yeah. But I only played it once, so take it with a grain of salt. Yeah. I am looking forward to getting to the table with Jen and all that. But yeah, it's I found a few of them were hit or miss with Ravensburger. Like that Wonder Woman game, I didn't feel was real great. What was that other one Jen got? The one they made the movie out of, the Jungle Cruise.
Jungle Cruise, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Just okay.
Forrest. Forrest, I have another count the pennies as they trickle in game that you need to pick up, and it'll only cost you $17.
All right. What is it?
The Five Nights at Freddy's board game. My son saw it at GameStop.
Yeah, I saw that last week.
He asked for it. I bought it because it was like $17. I was like, whatever. And it is not horrible. So basically, you can play it solo or you can play it head to head. But playing it head to head, really, it's just you're both just playing your own game, and you're kind of just having fun watching what happens. So basically, there's there's 4 or 5, like there's a bunch of cards, you shuffle them all together, and then you put like 10 in one stack, and then an 11 in a stack, and 11 in a stack, and 12 in a stack. And each person has their own separate deck of cards. They're exactly the same. And each of you has 4 of the, if you're not familiar with Five Nights at Freddy's, Five Nights at Freddy's is a video game franchise where you're the security guard at basically a Chuck E. Cheese like place at night, and there's a whole bunch of lore behind it. But basically, basically the animatronic creatures are coming to life, and if you are looking at them, they can't move. But if you aren't looking at them, they can creep up on where you are. And the whole thing is about having a jump scare. And so you have a thing where you can turn a TV camera on and watch what they're doing, but you can't look at every spot in the place at the same time. And you can't, and then if you run out of power, then you can't use your TV camera anymore. And also you can use the emergency to shut the doors to your like room that you're in, but that requires power as well. And if you run out of power, obviously the doors are open, and then the things come in and they kill you. And so basically the whole thing is about trying to like, look this way, then look that way, then look this way and look that way, and trying to save it until the thing is in your face and you jump and you scream and whatever. And so, but the whole idea with Five Nights at Freddy's is that you then, so there's your office where you are, and then there's these decks of cards. And in the first deck, there's no animatronics in there. In the second deck, there's 1. In the third deck, there's 1. And then the fourth deck, there's 2. And you shuffle up those decks so you don't know where that is. And so each person on your turn, you start with 100% power. Each person on their turn, they just flip over 1 card for each spot. And so each card will, if it's just an empty, like it's a video screen, then nothing bad happens. If it sometimes like it'll say what was that, and if it's a what was that card, it'll instruct you to take a card off the top of the deck of that particular deck, and then and without looking at it, move it closer to the office, or sometimes all the way to the office, and then flip it over. And if it's an animatronic, you just got eaten and you're dead. So there's an animatronic card, which if you turn one of those over, you have to draw another card off the top of that deck until you finally don't have an animatronic card. Now, the crux of it is that you can choose to react to any card that you turn over. And when you react to a card, you have to roll a die. And on the die, there is a 0 or a blank, a 5, and a 10. And for each card you choose to react to, when you react to that card, you either the card just doesn't get used, like the what was that card doesn't get used, or if it's an animatronic, you take that card and you shuffle it back into the deck that it's in, and then that you pulled it from. If you don't react to an animatronic, it just moves to the next spot and you shuffle it into that deck. So, but you roll the dice for each card you react to, and then you have to lose that much power. Until eventually, if you have 0 power, you can't react to any of the cards, and you're just flipping them over to see what happens. There's also a second card that you can get that says it's called like a short circuit or something like that, and it says +5. For every one of those, you add that to your roll when you decide to react to a card. So, like if you had 2 +5 cards, you had an animatronic card, and you want to react to that animatronic card, whatever you roll on that die, you're adding 10 power to. That's it. That's the entire game. So each person flips the cards over. They choose to react to the ones that they want to do. They roll the dice and they see what happens. If you're playing head to head, you're both trying to basically last until 6 a.m. So each time you do it is a turn and you move half hour forward. If one of the players gets eaten, the other player automatically wins. If both of you last till 6 a.m., the person who has the most power left at the end wins. And so it's kind of a weird press your luck game, but like literally I read the rules. I taught it to my son. My son then, who is 10, remembered the rules, taught it to his sister, taught it to his mom, and has been playing it constantly ever since because he loves the game and he loves playing it. And he just thinks it's hilarious when I get eaten. So there you go. It is a simple game. but I think it captures the video game well, and it yeah, man. If you did a video on that, just do a how to play.
I
You can-
appreciate the advice, and it would have been great advice last year. Plus, they already have an official how to play.
Oh yeah,
Yes,
I'd never
85.
seen it before. I thought it was something brand new.
No, yeah, I actually just saw it a couple of weeks ago too. But yeah, apparently came out last year, so they have 85,000 views on it.
Got his hopes up.
Who's their
Yeah.
who did their official how to play?
It just says Funko Games. Let me see.
Oh,
And they normally do their for the bigger
Funko
stuff.
does.
They do.
Yeah.
Actually, so I did a how to play. I wish Scott was here. He'd be happy because he's been pushing me for it. And I finally did it. I did a how to play video on that Wizard of Oz game, and it was like that's the first time. Actually, it's my 100th how to play video. It's the first time I've done it on like an actual like hobby board game, like where it's not just like something super simple. So I'm hopefully gonna broaden that horizon and do some more stuff like that. But I was pretty excited about that to see how that does. And then I also did one for Mantis, the other game I talked about, despite the fact they apparently on their rule booklet it says go to this website for a how to play video. And I was like, shit. So I bought this for nothing. Then I went to the website. They didn't have a how to play video. And I said, well, screw you guys. I'm going to get one up before you. If it's available in Target, I'm gonna get that video up before you get it up. And I did.
Yeah.
So
Show them.
and I tweeted it to him too. They didn't respond to it. I was like, hey, come check out how to play it. But I'm really interested to see how that video does, like with there being an official one. But the other thing was, and this is part of the reason why I did it, they didn't have a QR code to take you to it. And I was like, people don't want to type in websites. What is this, 1999?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's just you give people a QR code. It's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we talk about a Kickstarter?
Well, can I got an email today.
He got email. Just one.
Yeah.
I wish just one email. That'd be the greatest day ever.
Do more drugs. Anyway, I got an email today that says, good afternoon. We are board game creators and will soon be relaunching our board game on Kickstarter. We would like to know if you do paid video reviews or previews. If so, we would need the following information: cost of service, time for making video. Do you only need prototype? Is it possible to agree on the day at which to release the video? Which, no, whatever. Have a great day. No information about what their game is or anything like that.
I bet it's a great game. I bet it's a banger.
Yep.
I have Googled like the I can't even talk. The email has a what would sound like a board game company, right? And I've tried to Google it, like nothing. I can't find anything about this game, this company, anything at all. And I'm just kind of like, yeah, whatever. This is probably, I mean, I'm not saying it's like something, scammy or anything like that, but I'm definitely one of those things where it's just kind of like, tell me something about it, anything. And you just know that it's like, it's probably garbage.
Oh, I bet that rule booklet's real top notch too. Very, very well play tested rule booklet.
Yeah. No, and it's
No
just like, and then I did find one thing that I thought, okay, this is very possibly it. But I was looking, and I was like, oh my god, this looks horrible. So I was just like, yeah,
I always love when I get those emails from like someone and it's so clearly just an egotistical passion project and they think they've completely reinvented the wheel after playing like 4 board games. And I just, those are just such interesting conversations.
Well, the thing that bothered me the most was like, so I typed in the name of the game, right? The first result looked like it would be like possibly like the game, but it went to a YouTube video that didn't make any sense to me. But they're also, and they misspelled expansion, EXS PANSION, and I thought, okay, like I said, a one-time thing. No, it was like throughout the entire like thing I saw, and then I was like, okay, that's weird. And then so then the name of the company, and like I said, I'm not gonna the name of the company was very much like that looked like this like weird YouTube video. But the third result for the name of the company was like some link to adulthub.com swingers. I am this person.
Nice.
It's like, no. We're just gonna move on and move
No
on.
sense of adventure when you're old age.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna step away. And the thing is that they also said we're going to relaunch, and I was like, okay, they're gonna relaunch. So I went and I tried to find like the like anything on there. No, couldn't find anything. So it's like they're relaunching, but there's nothing to relaunch. I mean, I don't know. Anyway,
A lot of bad games on Kickstarter, man.
there are
I
tons
covered-
of bad games on
it's-
Kickstarter.
And it was so obvious to me when last week I did one, and it was the 327th most popular or something. It was like, damn, there's 300 plus games right now on Kickstarter in the game category. That's ridiculous.
So what's the Kickstarter you want to talk about?
Yeah, Western Legends. Like,
Oh.
what in the fudge were they thinking?
What do you mean? I didn't even see. So let's see here. Well, I mean, so Colossal did this, right?
Yeah. They didn't mention in the entire Kickstarter campaign that I could find the time length, the player count, the age, why I should be interested in Western Legends, the mechanisms of the game, the credibility of the game, quotes from reviewers. They were just like, oh, here's this box. You put all your crap in it if you have the original game. And if you want everything, we can sell it. And I looked at their numbers, and it was so obvious that they didn't try and market it very well, I don't think. It was 1,500 people who came there, and they just wanted the fancy box, right? The big deluxe box that could fit all the stuff. So that was people who already had Western Legends and had everything else. 1,500. That's a fantastic number, at least in my personal opinion. And then I go to the pledge level, the one that should be the most popular, the Whale, where it gives you everything Western Legends and the new box, right? It was like 140 people. That made you severely drop the ball on advertising your actual game to anyone new. Like, you were just like, all right, we're just going to get the money from all the old people, but we're not even going to advertise the new people. It's like, what the hell? And it was such a weird Kickstarter. I've never seen one where they mentioned so little information about the actual game, and just it was bizarre. It was just a bad Kickstarter, in my opinion. It was just
they got $207,000.
They do, and the overwhelming majority is from the original people who already love Western Legends. 1,500 people. But what is the most popular pledge level on 90% of the Kickstarters? It's the Big Whale, where you get every damn thing. And they did, it's like, oh, yeah, like that's in my eyes, like, because it's a top 252. It was, somebody in my chat, it's ranked 252. They had no quotes about how great the game is. They didn't mention the Board Game Geek rating. They didn't and they've run so many Kickstarters. It's like, why would you, like, you regressed. Like, I don't get it.
Travis isn't with them anymore, for one.
Yeah, that is. I couldn't imagine that this would be a Kickstarter that he would give the thumbs up to. Like, how do you not mention player link, time count, age? I'm sure it won Game of the Year awards. I'm sure it was in a lot of people's top 10 list. That was a huge game when it came out. They didn't mention a single damn thing about it. It's like, how? How do you do that? How? Like, ugh. Just drives me nuts. I get passionate when I see really shitty Kickstarters, because it's like, this game deserves better. Like, I've never played that game, but I know that game deserves better. It's a top 250 game. And ugh. Yeah. So,
hit a nerve.
drove me nuts. And it didn't dawn on me till the very end. I was like, wait, I don't think they mentioned any of this information. And then I literally scrolled through every bit of it. I was like, they didn't mention any of this information. But they sold 1,500 of the big box to the art. People already love Western Legends, so they got that. All right, I got off my soapbox.
I want to change subject real quick. I ordered stuff from the Board Game Geek store the other day, and man, they packaged that stuff up and delivered it to me, and it was and got it to me quick. So, not to kiss Scotty's Tookus or anything like that, but if you're gonna order stuff, they take care of you quickly over there, and they get it out to you. So,
Yeah.
kudos to them.
I saw some on Board Game Geek. Someone was showing off the crew pieces, and I was like, "Whoa, those look
Yeah,
good."
I got them. They're nice. I didn't get the mini expansion ones, but I got the base set ones. They are nice. I got
Me and my
Zepatech
game group-
too. Just didn't get it to the table yet.
I got two guys, my two buddies, Alan and Adam, who they're always the two at the end of the night. It was just the three of us, and so we started doing the crew. We're actually going to complete the damn game. We're 44 missions in, and it's the cards are like completely faded now, but it's that's such a good game.
You gonna get the next one?
Oh
The,
yeah,
deep
I
sea
said
one?
I said I told them I'd splurge.
You splurge
It's an
$13
$8 on sale.
$15, yeah. Cheap bastard.
I was thinking about this the other day.
Uh-oh. He's
Yeah,
thinking
just
again.
like I know, I'm thinking again. Just get myself in trouble. I was thinking about this the other day. Like, is there still like a board game? Is there still a grail for me? Is there still something out there that I wish that I owned? And the only thing that's really out there anymore is that weird Viking war game that has been out of print forever. That like Vikingated, like it's Viking ATID, which is just I know if I had it, like I would never play it because there's like because there's like there isn't an English translation for the rules. And it's like, I've seen a few things online where that you can get like a gist of how to play, but it's just like it's a thing that like I want to own because I could own it, right? And every once in a while, like I'll see a copy is on eBay and it's like, it's like $300, $400, $500 or something like that. And but I really don't believe I have a single game anymore that I'm like, that's out of print and I wish I owned it.
Well, how many board games did you say on average you play a week that are non-work related?
Oh,
no, I guess you could throw those in. Those games that I guess you could throw those in there.
Well, they're just really, 96% of my board game plays are work related now. So,
Expected.
Yeah.
Job.
Yeah. So,
Trying to think.
There
was that Warhammer game. What the hell was the name of it? Fantasy Flight Mate. The fuck was the name of it? The board was like made out of human skin to look like what the hell?
Chaos in the Old World.
That I wish I never played that one. I think that would be my only one.
It's the second best Eric Lang design.
Behind Dilbert.
Dilbert?
Yeah. The best Eric Lang design ever. I think it's pretty unanimous. He came out and said it.
No, that would be Blood Rage.
No, that would be Dilbert Corporate Shuffle. And I think you're showing just how much of a non-gamer you really are, Lance, that you think Blood Rage is better than Dilbert.
yeah, Blood Rage is much better.
I will say, Blood Rage, I think the more I play Blood Rage, the less I like it. There was just too many combos that like felt super powerful, and it was just like, I need to go for this combo. I don't remember what the hell the cards were, but every time I played it, I liked it a little bit less.
Are you playing with the same group?
And by the way, Dilbert Corporate Shuffle is designed by Richard Garfield.
That's just a surname that.
Okay.
The
Are
aliens.
you sure that is? Damn it! I thought it was Lang who did that.
I just looked it up.
Well, shoot. I don't know.
So you
anything.
lose. Oh man, do you own a copy?
I do.
No video reviews on Board Game Geek. You're sitting on a gold mine.
A fucking
I
gold
thought-
mine for us.
There should be at least one video. I did an unboxing video where I put it in my washer.
You
No.
put it in your washer?
0 videos.
Oh, man.
What? I need to post this. Man, how many views has this one gotten? Yeah, 233 views of Man Can't Open Dilbert the Board Game. That's the title the title of the video. It's a YouTube short. I don't even remember what this is. I think I just tried to put it in the washer. Yep. This is just me trying to shove it in the washer and in the dryer.
Son of a bitch.
Top notch content.
Oh,
I wish Jeremy was here. I actually took one of his pieces of advice as well this last week. I decided that one day a week I was just going to try and just push boundaries. And I did it last week with the stand-up comedy and just do something completely different. And I did a strategy video on Splendor, but I did it in like a screaming in your face kind of way. like I was trying to like harness like a inner boot camp thing. I don't know. It's weird. See how that one goes.
And I'm the one on fucking drugs.
Hey, you don't know if something's gonna work unless you
You
try.
got a point.
Like, and
You
who's
can have a pretty good idea though.
We know what didn't stick there, Forrest.
Well, the bottom line is, I feel like the 3 Splendor tips that I provided are very good tips. I just decided that I would yell at the audience. Yeah.
How'd that work out for you?
I'm gonna post. You know what? I'm gonna post that. Maybe I'll post that tonight.
Hey, Evan.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, did you get a haircut?
Yeah.
This one right here, right?
Well,
Just
this
the one. Just
Just the
It,
one.
it looked a little. It looked like you trimmed it.
It was kind of overshadowing all the rest, so I just cut off the one. It looks a little better now.
I remember. Have you ever had one of those things where like you're like maybe like you're like it's happened to me on my arm like twice where I'm like scratching my arm and all of a sudden like one hair like pink and it's like super long and you're like looking at it, it's like my arm hair because hair normally has like it grows to a terminal length and it just stops. Like your hair is just programmed by your DNA as to how long it'll grow. Like my hair is pretty long, my hair goes about halfway down my back, but it won't get any longer. I can't just like grow. It just doesn't grow any.
Eventually,
Same thing.
yeah.
Same with my beard. My beard can get about 2 inches longer than this, but then it just stops.
Huh.
So, but yeah, I mean, like, and then the same thing happened. I found like a hair like up here in like the upper like lobe part of it, this hair, and it was like and I was like, what the hell? I mean, it didn't grow overnight. I mean, where were you? You were like tucked underneath.
Those ear clippers for Christmas. You
Uh,
old man.
I
Scott
love finding
Alden,
these.
Scott Alden, who can't, he's got all these opinions or whatever.
He's hugging the porcelain god. Leave him alone.
Well, yeah, but Eric Lang did Dilbert the board game. Are you listening to me,
man.
Forrest?
No, he's not listening.
What is he doing?
He's watching one of his videos, probably.
He's watching.
At least we don't hear it this
Who
time.
does
You know,
this?
normally he just plays
Who
it and
does
everybody
that?
hears it. It's Forrest.
Okay, there he's
What?
moving.
Sorry, I was watching that video. I enjoy it. I'm just watching.
Are you watching? You were watching yourself on video.
I don't actually remember much of what I said in the video because reasons. Busy
No.
guy, and I just wanted to go
Busy
back
guy.
and rewatch it to see if it was solid. I think it's a solid video. Like I'm excited to post it and see what the reaction is.
Eric
gonna-
Lang did
once a week.
Dilbert the board game.
Maybe he loves Dilbert.
Maybe he does. Guys, I'll be right back. I gotta go grab another soda and I gotta use the men's room. So talk amongst yourselves. No, keep swearing to a minimum.
You have a men's room in your house?
Oh, Where'd everybody
I
else
can
go?
I can share my screen if you guys want to see this this video. It's
All
a
right.
2.5 minute Splendor strategy video.
All right.
Give me some honest feedback because I think I'm going to keep the segment. Let's see. How do I do this? Screen. Can you see my stuff?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know.
Close the porn tab. So
I don't know if the audio will come through though.
I don't want to have to search for those again.
that's
All
fair.
right. How do I do this? I go over here, headphones. All right. You guys hear that?
No.
Nope.
You got to
Alright.
share the audio somehow with the share screen, I believe.
Active Power Strategy Corner. And
There you go.
We're talking about one of my favorite games of all time, Splendor. By the end of this video, I'm going to have you being a Splendor master as I give you my top 3 Splendor tricks. Let's go. Trick number 1, clog the lane. Oh, you happen to know that you're going to be going for reds pretty heavily this game? Well, then this is what your hand should look like. It should be overflowing with reds because you don't need reds and everybody else still needs reds. And you can clog the lane. Too often I see people get like, oh, 4 blacks and they stop getting black tokens. No, you get them. You clog the lane and you make it more difficult. You say, I'm going to make you go on an inopportune path. Ha ha ha. Number 2, gold is gold. There's a reason that this is gold. I don't see enough people put respect on gold's name. This should not be a flippantly used to get 1 point in a stupid level 2 card. No, this should be your ace in the hole. When things start going south towards the end of the game, and you just have to have that last chip, this is the one. This is what you hold on to. And if you ever find yourself not sure what to do on a turn, you go fishing. You go up to that top row and you take that top card that's face down and you get that chip and you win that damn game. But number 1, look at your opponents. Too often I hear people say, oh, it's just a solo game pretty much. Everybody doing their own thing. No, they're fools. You look at what your opponents do and you say, oh, I think they're going to be doing this. And I think she's going to be doing that. She's clearly going for this card. Then you are able to leap and plow at the last second. So when they're about to get that oh so delicious 5 card cost, you reserve it and now it's yours and their whole game has now shifted. And you, oh, well, you have yourself a gold token. And those are my top 3 Splendor strategies. Let me know in the comments below what's your best Splendor strategy or what game you'd like to see this segment on. As always, thanks for your time, YouTube. This. What do you think? It's weird.
I feel like you'd be really good at doing like promo spots for professional wrestling.
Yeah, or maybe not so professional, but yeah.
We're gonna go out there. I'm gonna kill you, brother.
Backyard wrestling.
What do you think? Is it something I can build on or no?
I mean, it depends on how people react, right? Like, it's definitely different.
Yeah, it's different.
Yeah, I don't know how people are going to react.
It'll
Like,
be
I have
decisive.
no
I'm
damn
sure.
clue.
They're
People
either
might
gonna
love it
or hate it.
People might hate it. Who knows?
Yeah.
Oh, there's going to be people that hate it. I have
yeah.
no doubt in my mind. There's going to be people that hate it. Say, why are you yelling at me? Get bent.
Yeah, but some people might love it. You know, who knows, man?
There's only one way to find out.
Near as I can tell, you didn't say or do anything offensive. So
that's the bar now.
He didn't do a screen capture yet. He didn't do a thumbnail yet. Give him time.
Yeah.
I did. I changed my intro video. It was. I hate the fact that that's what it comes to now.
yeah, I mean, on the plus side, it wasn't a good video.
It wasn't. Well, so I actually got compliments though. Like that's the thing. Some people liked it. People were like, "Oh, I love the intro video." There's always people, but it was just it wasn't a hill I was willing to die on.
Yeah. No, I mean, you know, and it's one of those things where like, if there's a chance, you know, that you're gonna like ruin somebody's life by, you know, doing a thing, like, yeah, all right, just don't do the thing. You know, it's fine. But what I think you've got going on is pretty unique, man. Like just your like manic energy in there.
You gotta harness it.
One way.
Like, I think it's cool. So I don't know. I think you should go for it. And as long as like, you know, you have enough of a following that likes that and you don't like totally alienate the people that already follow you with it.
Now, do you have pajamas for every day or is it just
I have it used to be I only wear shorts. Like I only wear pants to funerals and weddings. But now it's pretty much I wear pajamas everywhere unless my wife and I go out in public. And then she's like, I want you to wear real clothes. And I say, okay.
Big boy clothes. Okay.
But other than that, no, I'm at Walmart. If I'm with my kids, I roll up in pajamas. I don't even care anymore. They're so comfy. Like, they're so comfy. I'm not here trying to get laid. Like, what?
We know.
I'm here trying to get Fritos. I don't care.
Are you? Never mind.
Yeah, man. I've watched some of your videos. You don't have much like that yet, right?
No, that's
No.
the only time I've ever. This was a segment that Jeremy said I should try doing, like, strategy videos.
Mm-hmm.
And instead of just doing it like normal, I decided to not do it normal.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't work, then I might try and do it normal, because I think the tips that I have are good, and they
Yeah,
might
they seem
make
good.
more. They might make more sense on the board, but it was just. I'm trying to be creative. Like, one day a week,
Yeah.
I'm just trying to do something completely.
Just throw it out there, see what happens.
Like, last week was a stand-up. This week it's this. Next week it'll be whatever idea I have. At 11:30, I'm like, oh, that'd be great. Let's go downstairs and shoot it immediately, so I don't find a reason not to. And
And
hopefully,
then you wait till you're sober and you'll watch it again and you make a decision.
Now
that's
is
kind of what
your
happened with this one.
is your wife awake while you're doing this?
No, my wife's at work.
She's at work. Okay. I was
Yeah,
like,
I do my work during the day most of the time.
I would love to
She
be
has
like
no
in the
idea
other
what goes on
room
in the house
while you're doing that and just
Yeah.
like listening. It'd be fun.
We have a roommate, my buddy Phil, rents out one of the rooms of our house.
That's
and
awesome.
so he gets to hear that from time to time. And I'll be like, "What were you working on?" Like, all I heard was you, like, screaming, and I was like,
You
"Yeah,
were yelling a lot.
it was a board game video. It was a YouTube short."
Yeah. Yeah, I never did like find the thread of all the fallout of that guy that was going after you for.
Oh, it got shut down. They shut
Oh.
it down,
Oh.
and then the guy that Thomas Covert, after it got shut down, of course, had to get in the last word. So even after it was shut down, he popped in, and then the original guy edited it, and he apologized for the way he handled it. But he was like, I shouldn't have probably done it this way, and it was over. It was done. Like, I could tell it was done because I could see the amount of people watching that specific video on my end, the YouTube end. But it was just everybody was talking about it. And then Richard was actually the one that Rondo was the one that kind of pushed me over the edge, because I know he's dealt with some bullshit like this before.
Yeah.
Where it's like someone was pissed off because of XYZ, and I was like, you know what? This is not a hill I want to die on. It was just that was it. It was it.
Yeah, I found that offensive. The whole thing. It's he's putting words into somebody else's mouth, basically. From it's like
Yeah. I mean, you only have your own lived experience, and then you see things and what other people are doing or saying, even if it has nothing.
Yeah.
Like you were trying to be an NPC in a video game. Like.
Yeah. I saw that. I did not see like MS or anything like that. I don't know what you were trying. I just seen this as far as being him, but I could be biased. It's
Right.
I think my new video is better anyway. I just decided to take it as an opportunity to do like a top 10 list and just
it's great.
But that whole thing, him bitching for on somebody else's behalf, that bothered me about the whole thing. It's like, I know a guy with this, and he would be like, well, how the fuck do you know? You didn't ask him. It's like,
right.
He
Well,
just
just,
wanted the attention.
Who knows? I mean, maybe it was genuine. Maybe he made a really, he made an assumption, and then yes, if you were doing that, then that's a pretty reprehensible thing to do.
Oh yeah, if I was actually making fun of handicapped people, that's fucking terrible.
But
Like,
that's not what you were doing. Yeah.
Yeah, that's and it's like I have 10 years of tape that is me not doing that. It's like not, but whatever.
So it seemed like it was a bit of a leap. So I'm glad it's kind of
Oh no,
calm down.
I almost went to college for early childhood. Well, I went for early childhood. I almost went for special education specifically. No, that's not me.
Yeah.
And the handicapped do have a sense of humor. Just saying. You know.
They're people just like everybody else.
Mhm,
Yeah.
mhm.
Mhm. But yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I'm glad it's over with.
what have y'all been playing lately?
I was talking about it earlier, but I played through the new Wizard of Oz adventure book game, which I believe is a Target exclusive from Ravensburger, and it was okay, very okay.
was okay.
Played through the whole thing, played through it 1.5 times pretty much. Played it once solo. It was not balanced well for solo.
Yeah,
I
that's
played
too
it once with my kids, 3 players, and it didn't feel like it went from being like not good being solo, and then at 3 players it was just too easy.
Oh,
And it was
interesting.
like so I think, and I did a review, and I was like, I think there's a sweet spot where you
Two-player.
can enjoy this game, 2 players, and it
Interesting.
might be good, but it's super forgettable. There's
That's too bad.
6 chapters, 15 minutes a pop.
Yeah.
Super
I don't think
forgettable,
it's gonna be
kind of
good.
like you.
What was the age range for this one, Forrest?
I think it was 10 plus, but I played it with my 6-year-old, and because it's completely cooperative, so you can just play with cards
Okay.
open-handed and say, "Oh, this card does this, buddy." So, and what made the game even less appealing to me was you don't. It's one of those games where you don't control a character. Everyone on their turn takes actions, and they can control all the characters on the board. So it's essentially just everybody talking out what they're going to do and then
Yeah.
doing it. But the biggest issue with it solo. So in solo, in the regular game, you can trade cards with someone else. And that's like a huge aspect of the game is you can trade one card with someone else, and that you get these cards to complete challenges.
Right.
But when you're playing solo, there's no one to trade with, and they decided to not put in a solo rule, which would have been super simple. Oh, here's 4 cards you can trade
Right.
for. It's like just
Yeah.
3 sentences, and they didn't do that, and it just
Interesting.
so solo, there's none of that. But then when you play with more players, it becomes a little bit too easy. But with the solo mode, if you don't draw the cards you need, you literally like, oh, well, I guess I'm doing nothing on this turn at all. And then you might have another turn. It's like, imagine like Sorry, when it's like, oh, I need a 1 to get in. Oh, I need to get a 1. My turn's over immediately. That was fun.
Yeah.
Except it's 2022, and this is a new Target release, and
Interesting.
you're still doing it. Yeah.
Huh.
It's not bad. They do a good job capturing the theme, but I don't think it's great.
Yeah. Did you guys hear that Ravensburger invested into GameFound?
No.
Yeah, I do believe I heard that. Yeah,
Like $4.5 million or something like that.
Ooh, good for them.
good for
I think
them.
it's a good investment.
Yeah.
I am very interested to see what the next year holds for GameFound.
Yeah.
It seems a lot easier to work with than Kickstarter,
It does.
but
I'm
I don't
not
really
worried
know.
about like the actual like platform. The crowd. Like, I don't know. I see projects on there sometimes, and I'm like, I wonder what this would make on Kickstarter. And
Hmm.
sometimes I'm like, I think it would be higher. Like,
Oh, I
a lot of
definitely think it
instances.
would be higher. It's just
On
they're
Kickstarter,
still making.
Yeah.
They still don't have like the buzz that
they do.
Kickstarter
Yeah.
has. It's
Yeah.
still got a ways to go with that.
Yeah, I ran a poll actually. Oh, I should look up what that was. That really was kind of surprising to me. And it was pretty much just like 10% of people had used GameFound, and this was of people who watched my channel. So it's like
Yeah.
a lot of people in the crowdfunding circuit. So I'll be interested to
Yeah.
see if they get more as they get more adoption.
Yeah. I think it'll only go up, man.
I
Yeah.
hope so. I mean,
Yeah.
because the crowdfunding, like I did you guys see the Brandon Sanderson thing?
No.
Yeah, that's crazy.
He's a fantasy writer. I don't know who the hell he was, but I watched.
Oh,
his
he
video.
like did 4 books or something.
Yeah,
I saw the
$18
headline.
million or something crazy
Whoa.
like that in the first day and a half. And it's just
Wow.
like, wow.
Hey guys, I've got a newsflash. I have 4 previously unreleased books ready to go. They're going up on Kickstarter.
Boom.
Get
I'm in
18
for
million
18 mil.
cents.
I will
Yeah,
say his
exactly.
video was delightful. His video was so well done. It was a fun
18
ride.
million.
And I wonder how many people are going to see that and be like, oh, wow, I could do
Yeah.
that.
I've never heard of
Yeah, but is he happy?
I'm pretty sure with that $18 million, he's going to be pretty damn
it
happy.
before. He will be in a couple of years when he's all done with
Yeah.
returns. And,
That's a joke from The whole thing is Steve Jobs is worth $7.3
Oh,
billion
yeah.
dollars.
But
Yeah, but is he happy? He is? Oh fuck.
Eh,
I should have been rich. Dang it.
Son of a bitch.
Why didn't
Is this the line to get into the Illuminati? When do I get the check? When do I get the cash?
when do I get to have the the conversation with
Yeah.
I just want to find out.
behind the counter and the lizard people and
I just want to tour Area 54. That's it.
That's
Oh no, Studio
fine.
54, Area 52.
Yeah.
Right?
You want to go out dancing?
Oh, that alien residence back
mean-
on.
I would.
do a little cocaine,
Yeah.
A little
a
bit.
little dancing, make
What could
a
go
night of it.
wrong? It's the 80s.
Greed is good.
Always.
If you have HBO Max, they're doing a thing where it's I can't talk. It's called shit.
It's called
called-
shit.
Catchy name.
That's not very good marketing, man.
It's,
I mean-
it's
Actually,
like, it's
it
like
probably would do great.
it's like
really
it's like
good.
Yeah, good
Oscar
point.
night or Academy Award night or whatever. Just kind
The
of like
Golden
and so
Globes or
it's-
something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, but it's
Mhm.
all Oscar winners. Like it's like and they're releasing new ones every day. So that you can watch on their streaming service. So it's neat.
It's neat.
cool.
I rewatched Chinatown.
Chinatown. That was a good movie.
I don't think I saw that.
I
Never
saw it
seen
a couple
Chinatown?
months ago.
I
It
saw
is-
China Beach.
No, Chinatown is the
Jack Nicholson.
Jack Nicholson, Roman
Um,
Polanski, detective noir type thing.
Gets his nose cut off.
No, he gets his
All right,
nose
cut.
sliced
I'm
open.
sorry. Cut. Yeah. no,
And the guy
no,
who
no.
slices his nose open is Roman Polanski.
Well, that's better than getting it bitten off by a Saigon whore.
You son of a bitch!
What movie was that?
Dirty Work. That movie is
Dirty
Work.
underrated.
That was Farley, right?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I
rest
haven't
in
seen that
peace,
forever.
Norm
Yeah.
McDonald.
Farley, Norm.
Mm-hmm.
What was it?
Artie
Artie?
Lang.
Yeah. That one guy, the rich guy, Shooter McGavin. God, such a good movie.
Why can't I think Don Rickles as the
Don
as the-
Rickles.
as the guy who
Yeah.
runs the theater?
Yeah.
Man, I wish maybe I just don't say it, but I wish they had more comedies like that where it just feels like they just threw together a bunch of comedians and just let them go.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and Chevy Chase is in that too. He played the doctor.
Yeah.
That's right.
And then I remember at the very end they were like, because he had the gambling debts that he was trying to pay off or whatever, and like the last line is so it's like, so he never paid off those gambling debts, so those mobsters ended up shooting him, so he's
Dead
dead.
now.
He's dead now.
Yeah.
Just an offhand comment. So he's
Yeah.
dead.
Norm McDonald doing the narrating. Oh my god.
That made me laugh.
I like it.
Yeah, Dirty Work was a maybe undervalued gem. Let's just leave it like that.
100%.
I feel like I saw it. I just don't remember.
G7.
Godfather.
Yeah.
The no.
1998.
Man.
Yeah.
Directed by Bob Saget.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah,
Rest in peace.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
that explains so much. Really, I had no idea Dirty Work was directed by Bob Saget.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, what else has he directed?
No, that
Oh,
was
oh.
that, and then the thing where you're saying where he said Street Fighting Man or whatever. What is the song that he plays by accident?
Pina
instead?
Colada.
Yeah. Do
If
you
you
like
like
pina
Pina
colada?
Colada.
And then Norm MacDonald says, "Note to self: learn to fight." Yeah, that was during that whole weird era when like Sandler was coming out with new stuff all the time, and
Yeah.
Saga was trying to spread that Full House image.
That was that. Yeah, it looks like he didn't have much of a big directing career after that.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember Dirty Work didn't do great. He had a couple other things, but yeah, that sucks.
no, what do you do?
Well, nothing. He died.
He died. He did.
Well, yeah.
Nothing.
He doing shit.
And so now they're like, you see, I mean, not to spread rumors or anything like that. So like,
rumors?
Well, no, read into the whole thing about Bob Saget's death. And
It's weird.
I don't know anything about it.
Well, so they figured out that his autopsy showed that he had basically like fallen and hurt the back of his head. And so like they theorized that he slipped and fell in like the bathroom of his hotel room, and then and then was knocked unconscious from falling and hit the back of his head. And then at some point he woke up and he went and crawled into bed, and then he never woke up.
Huh.
But now, of course, there's lots of people theorizing that like, oh well, no, like maybe somebody,
Yeah.
there was some nefarious
Foul play.
Well, didn't
what
they-
have yous.
What did
Wasn't
the
there some
birds say,
information that
Lance?
didn't get released or something like that? I thought there was more to it.
I don't know. I haven't really dove too deep into it. I mean, to be completely
Yeah, I don't
fair.
care enough. Just
I mean,
don't care enough.
I'd hate to be the family, having to deal with this publicly, like let it drag on like this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's generally accepted that that's what happened. So,
Yeah.
I mean,
It's a shame. But, yeah. Shit.
no, it sucks.
Yeah.
He was funny.
Yeah.
He was.
And then doesn't he have no, he was in that he was in that one movie about the weed. I can't remember the name of it with wasn't it Chris Rock?
Hell,
And then because he's in rehab.
isn't it Dick? Isn't it called Dick or something?
No, because the whole thing that
Um,
was in rehab is that he's in there and he's like, oh, it's just like I'm in rehab for marijuana, and he's like, really? That's what you're. It's like that's like
I've been sucking dick for coke. You ever suck
Yeah.
dick for coke?
Yeah, it was
Oh,
was
Half
in it.
Baked. That movie is
Half Baked,
Half-
yeah.
that
Chappelle,
is
yeah.
one of the best movies ever.
no, it is not.
It was
Oh,
not.
you are so out of touch.
Godfather,
It was
Godfather 2, Half Baked.
That cast was amazing. You got Jim Brewer, Dave Chappelle. I mean, it's so good. So good.
And second one on record, that's the only line I said in the fucking movie. And I'm more remembered for that than Full House sometimes.
Jonathan Stewart or John Stewart was in it.
Yeah.
Man in the bushes, go. Maybe it's just, I don't know. Maybe it's just because I'm a
might have something to do with possibly the weed culture and the fact that you're a huge proponent of it.
I am. Well,
you think that maybe that movie is just kind of like in your wheelhouse.
Have you ever
perhaps?
done weed, Lance? You do not know the experience.
Well, I don't. I don't
So
care
you
to.
cannot judge against it or for it.
I'm not judging one way or the other. Well,
Yeah.
actually, I can. My personal knowledge is that when I have friends that when they get high, they get really, really annoying. So I mean,
So are you high constantly or?
Yeah, everybody's different though. Like some people get super quiet, some people get
Yeah,
super
everybody's
talkative. Some people, I mean, it's the same thing with drinking. I mean, it's like you
Super
can't
hungry.
just put a coverall and say, "Oh, everybody's like this when they drink."
well, no, but I can only go by my experience, right? I can't go by somebody else's experience. I can go.
Well,
by
is
mine.
Barry annoying to you? I'm assuming Barry's high right now.
He was a little while ago. He was like this. He got super chatty for like just 5 minutes.
Oh,
as he does.
that's annoying.
well.
Yes,
it's
that's
not that
his
it's annoying.
annoying.
It's just
Whenever
you
somebody
know,
voices their opinion, it annoys
I'm pretty sure that's what I said. Yeah. Okay.
To each his own.
To each their
Each
own. I
his
don't
own.
begrudge anybody for they as long as you're not hurting anybody, you should be allowed to do whatever the heck you want. So
Yeah. Please.
Yeah. So, I
Stoners
mean,
help the economy. We get the munchies
Right?
a lot.
Yeah.
'cause
I'm dealing with that now, being that I was semi-clean for a week.
if it wasn't for oh man, thank goodness, because if they weren't, helping out as far as that goes, it's ridiculous.
The reason we have the graveyard shift.
Right.
No, the reason we have the graveyard shift is because we invented the light bulb, and it was
Yeah.
then people were able to like work later.
And
at
it's
night.
2 a.m. and I need my Wendy's.
You don't
dang it.
think they figured out ways around not having lights back in the day? Come
They
on.
used what do you call them? Candles?
Candles.
Well, yeah, but I mean, but the thing was,
They
your
used the
workday- your
moon,
work-
the
for
big thing in the sky.
for the most part,
reflection.
your workday
Hmm.
ended when the sun went down, and so
Yeah.
it can be argued that it is actually, rich people who own companies wanting to make as much money as they possibly can, created a way for people to work straight through the night.
Well,
Basically,
yeah, if you look at the comparison of like days off and total time worked in a year for like medieval peasants versus now, way better for the peasants.
Yeah.
Because they didn't
Wait,
have the
I mean-
lights.
I mean-
they had
They
had, like-
holidays.
they had like
To be
They had like
fair,
125 days off a year. They had
Fuck the
like
winter, they had it made.
Damn.
6-hour day.
tons of holidays throughout the year.
Well,
Yeah. Just had to watch the beheadings and the lords raping your women.
There were
Yeah,
some
every
there were
once in
some
a-
worse things at the time.
So do you guys remember newspaper columnists? That used to be a thing, right? People just do blogs.
What's a
or whatever.
newspaper?
But I can't. Dave Barry was his name.
No.
He was a newspaper columnist.
familiar.
He was a humorist, if you will.
Yeah.
And he wrote several books and I still remember like he was talking about work in one of his books and it was just like during the medieval ages, it's like, work wasn't great, and he kind of went in like, if you were lucky, you were a king and a noble, which basically you sat around and waited until you got gout so you could die. He goes, if you were a peasant, most of your day was spent just whacking the ground with a stick until the sun went down so you could go home. And you try to avoid passing knights who would want to come by and lop your arms off. And then he goes, and if you were a knight, life was pretty good as a knight. It's like you got to wear armor, you got a horse, ladies really liked you, but every once in a while they'd send you off on a crusade, which was horrible. And when you got home, you'd be so mad you'd have to lop off several arms of peasants before you were happy. I'll always just remember that little blurb in the book. I don't remember much else. Yeah, just but there you go. I mean, yeah, I kind of whatever happened to Dave Barry. I remember the last thing I ever read about him is like he had a he had a house that he lived close to Stephen King in Florida. Like they both had houses near each other. When Stephen King had a house in Florida. That's the
Got a
only
new
thing.
book of his. I just didn't get a chance to read on the cruise.
Oh yeah, he just came out with him. It's something weird. I forget what I remember seeing it though.
Oh yeah, how was your cruise, Barry?
I
you
enjoyed
missed it. We're not going to go
Glad
through
I
the
went
story
on it.
again. You weren't here at the beginning. Where we
Alright.
discussed the cruise.
I'll wait till Scott comes next week. I'm sure I have questions.
You don't get to. You're like a child who wanders into the movie halfway through with no frame of reference. What's
What
what's
he
that
said.
from?
What
movie is that from?
child is walking into movie theaters?
Yeah. Guess what movie is that from?
No clue.
No.
I
Big
don't
Lebowski.
Oh yeah. Donnie,
You shut the
Yeah, you
fuck up.
fucking
Tim.
element, Donnie.
the peasant, although often toiling in fields with backbreaking labor, would only work about 150 days a year.
That's not so bad. I mean,
Exactly. Exactly. They had every Sunday off, special holidays,
Special holidays.
events like weddings and births, and a lot of time getting drunk.
A lot of time getting drunk.
And you live to be 40.
Well, there were some downsides.
just made you live life more aggressively.
At least you had some time off to enjoy life. We probably still get, actually, yeah, we pretty much still get less free time life, even with our extended lifespan, than if we worked 150 days a year. That's messed
Yeah.
up.
It is, again, rich people.
That's messed up.
Yeah, what are you gonna do?
What are you gonna do? You know?
What you gotta do?
You're just gonna have to,
Could be in Mexico making $6 an hour, living like a king.
Vietnam, that's the way to go.
What?
I don't know what that means.
Vietnam,
China
I
Beach?
Could, I always like to look into the numbers. I could live and do Bauer's Game Corner in Vietnam right now. Just do
Oh,
Bauer's
based
Game
on
Corner
based on the
full-time.
income.
Yeah,
What
based on their
kind
cheap
of-
cost of living.
What kind of government are they?
Do it, man.
Forced?
Well, I feel like that would just be if I was by myself, not with my family. This would be some sort of tragic happening where I end up in Vietnam running Bauer's Game Corner. But never say never. Fingers crossed, it never happens though. I just think it's cool that I could, if I wanted to, do
I
that.
could not take the heat.
You just can't move to a country, right? I mean, there's a process that you have to go
Yeah.
through.
Well, yeah, I'd go through the process. I'm not just gonna.
So what's the process?
Well, you get on Google and you type in, "How do I move to Vietnam?" And since I have an active passport, I'm sure I'll jump through the hoops and then I move to Vietnam at some point. Like, what do you think? I'm just gonna fly there with my stuff and just be like, "Oh, I'm here."
Yes. Out of everybody I know, you'd be the one person who would.
You
know what? Actually, Lance, in all seriousness, if I ever got to the type of situation where my kids and wife were not in the picture, you're right. I probably would. I'd probably just I'd go minimalist. I'd bring exactly what I need to start, and I would just get an apartment or something. I mean, you're not actually wrong. If I ever got into that type of situation, I probably wouldn't look that much into it.
Well, there you
But-
go.
That's never going to happen, so I don't need to worry about it.
Well, not with that attitude.
Yeah. What kind
Well,
of
that's the goal. I love my family and would prefer not to live in Vietnam by myself. I mean,
Why not?
I know that speaks a lot to my family. They're quite excellent. I would rather not live in Vietnam by myself.
It's a growing experience.
Yeah, I mean, you could do a whole new a plethora of new themed videos as
When
Bauer.
you reunite, it'll be a stronger
could.
family. You and your
Just think about
Vietnamese
that.
family.
You could be, like, oh, hey, I'm Bauer's Game Corner, and today we're gonna talk about going to like this new Vietnamese restaurant, and they're all Vietnamese restaurants actually, or go to American restaurants in Vietnam.
Right?
Now that would actually be something that could get a lot of views.
Yeah, see,
Yeah.
see,
People like to watch people eat for some reason. I don't know what that is.
you need to go. Just make it happen.
It's a kink.
I'm not going to leave my family behind. Like, I will say though, in all seriousness, it's so cool to me that I could just get up and move somewhere and do everything I'm doing now, pretty much. I mean, minus the thousands of
cool.
board games, but I mean, I'd have to get a new collection. But like the Kickstarter stuff, like how to like all that stuff, I can do it anywhere, and that's just so cool to me.
You're a man on the move.
Man on the move.
Just the option
The
to
man
like,
of
'cause
mystery.
my dream one, me and my wife have talked about it numerous times. We're going to get an RV. We're going to go around the country when we retire. And just the idea that I could keep doing all the stuff I'm doing from an RV.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
What's up? It's awesome.
Shoot videos.
Have I ever told you my idea about going to board game bars and cafes in the future?
That'd be cool series.
Well, like I figure when I'm this is say 20 years down the line, when I'm more around the 50,000 to 100,000 subscriber mark.
Yeah.
Like if Tom Vassell walks up to a board game cafe and says, "I'd love to do a review of your cafe," or even if it was just Alex or something like that, there's so many people be like, "Yeah, we'll give you like $20 gift card, do this, whatever, like comp you some meals so you can try out some of our specialties." And I was like,
totally.
I should do that. I should go to all these local things around the country. Like,
fun.
and just shoot videos on that and just go the whole week and be like, on Monday nights I did this and it was super fun. And it would be a kick-ass fun thing to do with my wife. Like it's in my bucket list. Like I can't.
Would she think it was a fun kick-ass thing to do?
She would love going to the different places. She would love, as long as I didn't ask her to play board games with me. Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be the main
You would
thing.
love being in a 20
a
square
people
foot
watcher.
box with you.
Well, she loves
Bumps on
watching
end.
people. She could like she could just sit at the mall for an hour and just watch people. That's just her jam. So she'd be down for it.
Okay. I have a buddy who like has a life plan, and it involved prepping a like a Sprinter van,
Nice.
for like journeys or whatever.
Yeah.
And instead of buying one that was already converted for that, he got a fresh one to do as a project, as a fun bonding project with his partner,
Who wants nothing to do with it.
who wants nothing to do with it and is super, super over it. And my buddy doesn't understand why they're not enjoying this fun bonding project and feels dejected. And you're like, no, that's your idea of fun, not their idea of fun.
I had a buddy just like that, and him and his wife were like, we're gonna rebuild houses. That's what we're gonna do. And they were able to retire like in their 50s.
Awesome.
And she loved it, and he fucking hated it.
Oh,
He's like, this is terrible. He's like, this is not at all what I was hoping for. And
yeah.
like that would be so demoralizing when you've
Yeah.
been planning for years, for
Right.
decades,
Yeah.
potentially. Like, this is what we're gonna do. And
Yeah.
then for just like that, that would suck.
That's why you got to dip your toes in.
Dip
Yeah.
toes, yeah.
Go help somebody else build a house for a summer. See what you think.
No, you got to learn to live with each other. When you both live in your own separate lives.
Oh, that's true. Working together is a thing.
Working together is a thing. When you retire, just being next to each other constantly is a thing. Or if you happen to be in the hospital for 2 fucking months, no choice with it.
Right.
You learn
That'll do
quick. You learn fucking quick. But you gotta get used to each other. Yeah.
My wife auditioned me on a 3-day road trip. Like, this was like earlier in our relationship. She was like, "You coming with me to a wedding in I don't know, Idaho or something." So we drove. We
It'll
were in a
tell
car.
you a lot about your relationship.
Oh yeah.
Mm-mm.
It went great. We got married eventually.
Yeah, that's right.
Me and my wife did the same thing, but with a studio apartment. We're like, all right, this is either gonna work or it's not gonna work.
Sink or swim,
And she
motherfucker.
got pregnant and it worked. I mean, those 2 things hopefully didn't have to happen for it to work out that way.
Yeah.
But they did work out that way. Yeah, but I remember, and my wife, oh my God, she's so patient. I remember, so this may come as a shock to all of you, especially you, Lance. I hope you're prepared. But some of my
Sit down.
friends are not the most upstanding citizens.
No.
And I still
Like,
remember
Your dealer.
I asked my wife once, this is when we were still dating. I was like, hey, my buddy's, he's down on his luck. You think he can crash? And she's like, in our studio apartment? I was like, yeah. And she was like, sure. And it was like a month of just it was my wife.
That would have been a hell no for me.
Well, I mean, even now, like I still we still have a roommate. My buddy Phil, one of my best friends of all time, still lives. He sleeps in a room right across from my kids.
Well, that's fine though. That's a separate room.
That is, yeah. The studio. There's
different.
Yeah, studio
Yeah,
apartment.
studios, it'll,
3
That's a
people in a
different story.
studio is a bit cramped.
yeah.
Yeah, for a
Then
month.
again, that's basically going to be your RV there first.
Yeah, but we want to have 3 people, and
So you say. You think you're getting rid of them
I
fucking
actually-
kids?
I have actually talked to some of my friends. It's like, hey, when we're going around the country, you guys should totally come with us. And yeah, so you're probably not that far off base.
Yeah.
I just love being around people. Like, it's like, I like that's part of the reason why I love doing this board game stuff is just because I get to bring my friends in on it. Like, they make videos with me and we play games and we go to conventions And it's
Yeah.
just like to me, what Tom is able to do, and just bringing his friends in and doing that, that's like so amazing.
Yeah, it is.
It's pretty cool.
And I'm sure one day you'll get there. Yeah,
Very slowly, but hey,
persevere.
the snowball's going faster.
You
Snowball's going
haven't
faster.
found your niche yet, and it's, to be honest with you, it's a tougher niche to find today. Tom started a decade
Yeah,
ago.
yeah,
Rodney
that's true.
started a decade
Yup.
ago.
Well, but the yelling at your viewers market is open, man.
Yeah, it's open.
It's
It is
open. It's open.
Wide open. We're gonna find out. I'm post that tomorrow. See the feedback on it. But that's the best part about my channel is I've preconditioned my audience. You don't expect anything. Like, I don't think anyone expects anything.
That's true.
Like, what the
That's
fuck's
true.
gonna be up today? Maybe
Yeah.
it's a gameplay video of a kid's game. Maybe it's a review of like a 3-hour epic game. Maybe it's me fucking screaming. Like, it's just that's how I wish I could go back and change it to the flea market, Bowers Flea Market or something. It's just
There's
You
something to
can.
be said for consistency, but if that's the magic sauce of Bowers Game Corner,
He's
Well, I was-
consistently inconsistent.
then,
I was analyzing my numbers today, like
Yeah.
how I do, and I actually broke it down. 14 of my top 15 videos right now, the last month, were segments that I did not do 2 years ago.
yeah,
Which and that's like that right there tells me, okay, that's something I latch onto and hopefully find more shit by screaming at people.
hey man, I liked
Maybe
it.
not. Maybe I go back and I take Jeremy's strategy and make some professional ones, but maybe not.
It's one way. It's one way.
It's one decision.
I liked it, man. I liked it. I hope it does well.
I hope it does well too, because I think it'd be fun to do, and it wasn't hard.
Yeah, like to me that appeals to my like growing up with buddies that all like make fun of each other, and like when I play a game with my buddy Ryan, the co-designer, when the other person gets something negative that happens to them, like we totally like
You
in their
suck.
face.
Oh yeah.
In their face. So I kind of like, if you're yelling strategies at me, like, I don't know, that works for me. There's going to be an audience where that's not a great thing, but
Oh yeah. We're in
for
the
me,
same
I-
boat.
I
yeah,
like it.
That's my Wednesday game night. Maybe if you weren't so terrible at everything, you would have rolled that 6. Like
Right.
that's,
Yeah, exactly.
that's how we game.
Yeah, exactly. We talk a lot of trash. Lance knows. We've played a few games together.
Couple. But that's not
Good.
nice. You shouldn't say that to your friends. If you
I-
suck
I
at
talk
this.
less trash to you because we haven't been gaming together as long or as often.
Oh.
You got to
He's
build
been-
that trust.
Yeah, I keep it
He's been
on the
cheating
down
on you.
low
haven't
until
We've all had that awkward experience before where everyone's at this level and then someone was clearly not at that level, and you're like, oh shit, we got to tone this down.
We got back
Yeah,
up.
yeah,
Slow down a little bit.
Uh,
And that's
that's
And
been
when
me
you're
a couple of times.
Well, I
the
do
worst
have to
is when
do
you're that
though.
person and you're like, oh, was I that person? Because you can't like take it back and be like, no, I'm totally cool, guys. Like I wasn't. Yeah.
Well, man, I don't want to make it a bad experience for anybody, right? So like,
yeah, it's true.
I mean, it's,
yeah.
Yeah, but if it's one against you, man, yeah.
No.
I'm kind of.
I can always tone it down.
Yeah,
I think it's fun, but I can tone it down. I can have
Yeah.
fun without yelling at people too.
Oh yeah, it's if you can't, I feel like
yeah.
that's the only way I have fun.
Or rubbing their nose in mistakes. You chose
Yo.
that action. Oh,
That's the only way you have fun is
Yes,
stomping
Lance.
them.
Stomping
exactly.
the heart out of people,
Exactly.
crushing their hopes and dreams.
That's actually
pissing
not
all
true.
over
The
their
whole
Cheerios.
like the reason I never one of the reasons I never
Whoa.
did like pro magic was because most of the events are all one-on-one, and like crushing somebody's face one-on-one just doesn't feel that good. Like it's
Yeah.
not a pleasurable experience.
Yeah.
I don't know. Now, if we do two-headed giant team games, I like that.
Different thing.
That's a totally different thing. Then me and my teammate crushed your face.
Yeah, I think that's different when you're playing with your your friends against.
Yeah, exactly.
You're playing at a table with people. You know,
Yeah.
even if they're acquaintances. You know,
Yeah,
it's,
yeah.
it's different.
No, random strangers, like I just feel bad when I don't know.
Yeah.
So you think
But
they're
when
gonna
it's my
feel bad if
buddy-
they beat you?
What's that?
You think they're gonna feel bad if they beat you?
Usually no,
Yeah.
especially pro Magic players.
I'd rather, if it's a new player, I'd rather they beat me. That way they're hooked on the game, you know. Yeah, or at least they
true.
feel better about the game.
Yeah.
And I would rather kick their ass every time
No, I mean I won't intentionally lose
because I'm a
but-
winner and I want to win. I get what you're saying though. I've done that before too.
I have
That's just
taken
like-
it easy on a few people. Not Jen though, that fucking bitch. Never again. Never again.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ugh.
I almost never take it easy on people, but I just don't feel good about winning. I also don't feel good about like not doing my best.
It's weird.
So I don't know. Yeah.
I don't ever let anyone win, but if I'm actively kicking the shit out of someone,
You might not take
Like-
the optimal move.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
might like explore like, oh, I wonder what happens if I try and do this
Yeah.
instead and pivot.
Yeah,
here
yeah.
where I clearly shouldn't pivot.
Yeah.
But I'll still win, but it's like win less.
You're not rubbing it in their face.
Yeah. Give them the mercy rule.
What do you do, Lance? You rub it in?
Grabs the back of their head like a dog and pushes it nose in there and twists.
You know, I'm pretty. With me, it's like I will. I won't. It definitely depends on the right person, but if I'm playing it at like some convention with people I don't know, I don't really say much. I mean, it's just kind of like you just play, and it's just kind of like, and then you can get a feel for the room eventually,
Yeah.
which will work a little bit. Just because you kind of like you start, whatever, you kind of like get a feel for like how everybody's playing and how everybody's willing to go. But for the most part, for me, I think what it is that I think most people know that like just giving each other a good razz is just part of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't.
A
well,
lot
no,
of
no, no.
people.
I mean, I don't know if that. I think for people who are in a certain generation, yeah. But honestly, for like the younger generation, like I don't know.
Really?
I don't
it's a little
think
less
it's
prevalent,
really
yeah.
as common because I'll put it like this. This is probably something that a lot of people have encountered, especially around our age range. The line between flirting and sexual harassment has blurred and thinned somewhat, and I feel like the last 20 years a lot.
Mm.
And I wonder if it's the same with bullying for
Mm.
teenagers, where it's like, I don't want people to think I'm bullying, but I'm trying to, just be like, you suck, like that sort of thing.
Arising, yeah.
Like, I don't know. I don't think it's apples to apples anymore. I think it's changed a little bit.
Things have
Yeah.
probably changed, but at the same time, like, being aware of how what you're putting out is being received is still as important as ever.
Oh yeah.
Like, because sexual harassment, like flirting with someone, saying something like, hey, you want to get drinks or whatever, or just, being, I don't know, saying something that's, not offensive, but just like expressing interest in some way. Like, usually that's not going to be a problem unless the person has already let it be known that they don't want that kind of attention from you. And then it becomes harassment.
I'm
And so,
glad I
like,
don't have to deal with any of that anymore.
right. So you
Like,
still have to be, sensitive to that.
Yeah.
I think the only thing that's really changed is that when people are insensitive to the response, now people are starting to be held accountable for that more than they were.
Yeah.
100%.
Right? Like, assholes be assholes. Like, there were assholes, there's still assholes. It's just people are getting busted more now.
Right.
and yeah, there's probably some collateral damage in there, right? But for the most part, it's probably a good thing.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, here I don't.
I
Okay.
don't spend.
I
enough
used to have a
time.
guy that I used to hang out with who would literally just if he got a good feeling or a vibe from what he would say, "Hey, do you want to go sleep with each other? Like, do you want to
Yeah.
go? Do you want to go?" And is that now considered sexual harassment? If they don't, like, obviously, if they want it, it's clearly not sexual harassment. But if they don't want it, is that sexual harassment?
Not by anybody that I know or have seen any posts about or anything like that. Usually,
It depends. It depends way more on the situation.
On the
Depends upon,
situation.
like, is
Yeah.
is there it is this person asking this person in a locked car in a parking lot?
right,
Or
I mean, we shouldn't do that?
and I shouldn't
Right.
laugh. I shouldn't laugh. I
No, you
apologize.
shouldn't.
Right.
Son of a bitch.
Or is this person asking this person at a dinner party where there's like 15, 20 people, mutual friends, that kind of
Right.
thing, and there's no like feeling of, or
Pressure.
I mean, is there any kind
or
of
fear of retribution.
yeah, exactly. So it's
Mhm.
just like, I mean, there's a certain level. I mean, not to bring up this other person, but I mean, like Louis C.K., like the whole thing was, well, I asked him if it was okay if I took my penis out. I mean, just like,
Right, but if their job might be on the line,
or if you're not recognizing the fact that like you are, you're like this well-respected comedian peer type person who could very well like say, oh, this chick was totally cool and I like hanging out with her and she's a comedian. Yeah, she can open for me. Where
Right.
it could actually like help you, just like,
yeah,
and not recognizing the fact that you have an implied
the power dynamic.
yeah, exactly, that
Mhm.
is not understood. So no,
Yeah.
would that guy saying that in today's day and age be kind of like looked at as being kind of a turd? Yeah, but I mean, would he, would it be harassment? I mean, I guess it would be also like, did he take no for an answer? Where
Yeah, that's the
if
thing.
the person was like, yeah, no, thank you, and it's just like,
Yeah.
oh, if you
That's
if
a
you
different conversation.
Yeah.
well, yeah, no, but if you
Yeah.
if you degenerated into some sort of like, name calling / well, of course you don't because you're this blah 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 blah,
Right.
yeah, you're just getting into a weird world there where it's just like, sounds to me like the person
Yeah.
might just be an awful human being.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
This was
I've-
more of the make eye contact. Oh, she gave me eye contact back. Couple
Yeah.
drinks. Hey, let's go.
I've never seen anybody get blowback from expressing interest once, right? In a respectful way.
Yeah.
And I don't even think asking, hey, are you interested in having sex? Like, I don't think that's disrespectful. I've never seen anybody really get flack for that, other than like,
I've seen flack.
Kind of blown. Yeah. But,
I don't know, or maybe I surround like, your bubble is probably a little bit different than my bubble.
no,
Like
little bit.
my bubble, there's a bunch of like, sex positive enthusiasts who support, like the idea of, sluttiness is kind of like, is a positive word, like that kind of like, it's kind of like the
It
idea
should be.
that you could enjoy sex is not shameful, right? And so if you ask somebody in a respectful way, hey, are you interested in having sex? Like that's not a sinful thing to do, right? But it does depend on the crowd, I think. It does depend on the crowd. And it depends on the scenario in which you're approaching this person and your pre-existing dynamic, for sure.
yeah,
I'm sure if you're at a swingers party, it'd be okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Target,
Church,
probably
not so much.
Less so at church.
Yeah.
Pastor, can I borrow that mic?
Gotta go buckshot. That was my old strategy.
Anyone out here?
You talk to a table, you're increasing your odds of having sex. Like if you're asking for sex and there's 6 people at the table, it's just math.
Just numbers.
It is just math.
Oh my god.
and scene.
Yeah. Anyway, I used to have a policy of like probably over directness, but basically I would always just ask like, "Hey, do you want to make out?" And usually it was for the time it was a little more forward than what everyone would expect. Although I think would be more acceptable now. I actually am not sure because obviously I'm not really trying it. But half the time they would like say no at first. I'd be like, okay, cool. Well, yep, have a good party or what, or whatever. And chat or just chat about whatever else. Cause I also just like people. I don't have to have sex with them.
It's a
And
plus. Yeah.
and
I
then
like people, especially the ones in my hole in my basement.
and then a couple hours later or maybe 5 minutes later, half the time they'll come back and be like, I was shocked by it, but I appreciate your straightforward honesty and clearly stated desire. And you know what? Yeah, let's go make out.
You got the pity maker.
I wish I
It's
would
not.
have tried this.
I'm fucking with you.
'Cause making out's half the fun. I mean,
Exactly. And yeah, I don't know.
Have you played any board games lately?
Well, we started with that when you were
Yeah.
gone, and then you came back, and it was all
Ended
sex.
up on this somehow. Yeah. Sex.
That's all Lance ever thinks about, talks about.
The boom after dark.
What did I play? I played Great Western Trail a couple of
I've yet
times.
to play that. I would like to play that.
Have you not played? It's like it's a good game. I would rate it like an 8.5.
Mhm.
It's a good game. My designer brain always picks things apart, but overall, it's a really, really enjoyable, good game. The thematics are fun. The deck building is done in a way that doesn't make me feel like I'm just playing reskinned Dominion, which is
Okay.
nice.
Right.
Because a lot of times you just feel like you're playing reskinned Dominion.
Yeah.
But you're like, oh, I've played this game. It was called Dominion. You put better art on it. That's cool. But yeah, it's a really good game.
Yeah, it is on my list. I can get back to that game group now that I'm done traveling for a while. I'm going to give myself another week. But
Yeah.
I was around thousands of people this week. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the airport, the cruise.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Airport again.
Yeah, we've been burning our way through the Shelf of Shame. Ryan's Shelf of Shame. We played Grand Austria Hotel last week.
I enjoyed that one.
That game.
I like that one too, but
Depending
4
on the player
players,
count,
you can't play
yeah.
it 4 players. Just
Nah,
it gets a little long.
it's
the Serpentine, like,
Yeah.
and
Oh,
which
yeah,
they
yeah.
fixed now. They've actually, I think, like
Oh, did
the
they?
expansion to Grand Austria. Somebody told me that they fixed the Serpentine thing, but
How'd they do
before
that? Do
because
you know?
the Serpentine, if you were, I don't know, I think they just took it out.
Okay.
Who knows? But yeah, if you were playing 4 players and you were the first person to act, it was like,
Right.
well, I got my action and I look forward to taking another action in 20 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna go
Time
get
between
lunch.
turns.
Yeah, it
Grab
just,
a beer,
yeah, just
smoke a turkey.
it
My
was-
only live plays have been with 2 players, so we didn't
Uh,
have that problem. And then like going twice in a row was actually kind of cool because it was like strategic. But yeah, I can see with larger player counts that being kind of a big wait between turns.
Oh yeah, it was ridiculous. It was just kind of like this
Oh, that reminds me.
sucks.
Has anybody played that Santorini, New York?
Santorini?
Yeah, New York.
New York.
New
Yeah,
York?
I played it back when I first got it. It's feels like
I only played it with 2 players. I don't know about. Is it better with a higher player count? This is what I'm getting at.
I don't know.
it's like 1,000 years ago now.
I only played the original Santorini.
Okay.
Did they ever make a solo mode for that? I don't think so.
Remember.
No, but we made a solo mode for Ragnarok's.
Oh, really?
That piece of shit game. No,
Did you play it?
I enjoyed that one.
Did you play it? Yeah, I liked it. Yeah, I played around with a solo mode for Santorini like gosh, 6 years ago. I should try to bring that back. Remember what the heck I did.
Yeah, I'm trying. I played like on the cruise. We played One Night Ultimate Werewolf. I played with the smoke section, and there's another card game. It might have been the Crew. Yeah, it was a Crew.
I've never played the Crew.
So good.
I mean, I've heard.
I took
Won
the
a
Hunger
bunch
with
of
me,
stuff.
but it was too windy. The table. I needed more room.
Oh yeah.
I've yet to play that though. I want to play that solo before I brought it out to people.
Do you like
Yeah.
trick-taking games, Evan?
I do like trick-taking games. I have one that's a quasi trick-taking game that I've been
Come
pitching.
on, I got a game for you. It's called Hearts.
I actually love hearts. I like spades, but I think I like
diamonds.
hearts better.
We used to play, me and these three guys.
Lone Kennison.
These three guys in
Sam
college.
In fact,
Me, Pete Schultz, Jed Miller, and Scott Anseth. We would play Hearts, penny a point.
Hearts is
Like
good,
so,
man.
it didn't cost us. You weren't really, but it was worth something, right? And just like at most you're like losing $6 or something like that.
Yeah.
And you would sit there and
Shoot the moon
every
every
single every and it got to be we had our own
try.
little we had our own shtick, right, for every single thing that was that we would when you do things and it's just like and somebody was like when somebody dropped like the jack of spades and then they dropped the 10 of spades and they dropped the 9 of spades and somebody go witch hunt just like somebody's gonna have to drop the queen and and then there was like and then whenever you
It's
were
brutal.
like when somebody was trying to shoot the moon and then like the last like thing where somebody like they hadn't counted the hearts and they were just like and they thought they had it and then they were sitting there and then like the last trick came over and like and somebody sloughs like the three of her and everybody would do the job and they realized that they were
When you want to a Wookiee,
they realized they were eating 25 points instead of making everybody else get 26.
Yeah, that was always me. I was always shooting the moon, or not quite shooting the moon. I love it.
The only times I ever successfully shot the moon was when I did it by accident. I didn't even realize what I was doing. Like somebody force fed me the queen right away. And I was just like, really? You didn't have a single club?
Have you ever shot the sun? Have you heard of that?
No.
So that's where, and you can only, a lot of it has to be luck, but you also have to play it as if you're not trying to do it at first to like get the right cards out of the way. It's take every single trick, not just every point, but every trick.
Oh God, I can't. Yeah, that would be tough to do.
And I forget what the point value is on. It's like 52 or whatever that everybody else gets.
Yeah.
I've done it.
I've never. I mean, and there's that, and there was always that moment too when you were playing it, and then when you realized too late that somebody was shooting.
Yeah.
Like, you're just like somebody opens up and they drop the ace of clubs on the first hand, because it's a safe hand usually, unless sometimes people played you can't slough off a point on the first hand,
right?
Like and the reason why people say that is because the people who want to shoot, people who like trying to shoot the moon, that's why they say that, because that first thing, like if somebody's able to shortchange themselves, they're screwed. They can't shoot it. So that's why they always try to say that. But man, I remember like it was always you'd sit there and you'd get a thing where that first hand, it seemed like whenever it's like, oh, I'll keep this ace of clubs because who cares? It's the first round. But I mean, that person drops that ace and they take the first one, and then they drop like a king of clubs, and they're like, okay, they're probably feeling everybody else still has another club. That's why they're using the king. And then all of a sudden, like the next thing they drop is like they drop an ace of diamonds, and you're just kind of like, that's weird. You're just kind of like, and then all of a sudden by like the fifth or sixth, you're like, oh shit, they're shooting. They're shooting.
Get them. Quick.
You know, and then of course at that point, like you've already like given up, like, oh yeah, sure, I'll throw my jack of clubs. Great,
Yeah,
thanks.
yeah, exactly. You've given away everything.
Yeah, can't do anything to stop it. And they're over there laughing.
Actually, I did make a trick-taking game with. So there's a designer called her name is Emily Willix, and she's made some
If that's
games.
their real name.
If that's their real name, they've made some games that have been in a couple of contests and stuff. And she put out a call for people using the cards in her card game called Bah Humbug, and she just posted it on a designer forum like, hey, who wants to make a variant of this game using the cards that I have? And it's a like a 72 card deck. I think it's the 12 Days of Christmas. There's one partridge, there's two hens, there's 12 Lords of Leaping or whatever. And so the deck has those variant cards, and so I made a trick-taking game out of that card set that I have yet to test. It might be horrible, who knows?
Could be.
But yes, I like trick-taking games. Good question.
You do. Okay.
You should try the crew.
Try the crew.
Yeah.
You should.
No, I mean, just as a game designer, it's so unlike any other trick-taking game I've ever played.
Yeah.
The only thing wrong with the crew is that like you have to play it with other people that are at the same level of trick-taking mentality as you are.
It
Like
it's not necessary.
It helps a lot.
No. I'm gonna draw my line in the sand.
I played it with
here
kids
and
before.
say, well, yeah, and you probably walked them through how to do their hand too.
Cross it, damn it.
And you probably told them how to do your thing, which is, in other words, you were playing their hands for them and telling them to say.
I after they'd fuck up, I'd be like, well, maybe next time you hold on to this or something.
Yeah, but see why? But that's what I'm saying is that for me. And I'm not saying don't play with kids or don't play with people that don't know how to play the game. What I'm saying is that that's extremely frustrating. It's like, oh, okay, we got this whole thing set up and we can win this round. It's like, oh no, why would you play that? Just like that doesn't make any sense. And it breeds frustration with the game, and then it makes the actual playing the game not fun.
Right.
I mean, it's just kind of like, it's like somebody, it's like playing another cooperative game. If you're playing like, just insert name of the pandemic and the person says, oh, I'm going to go here and remove this one cube.
And everybody's like, no,
why would you do that? Well, I just want to get rid of that one red cube. Well, that just screwed us. Right. I'm so glad we played 45 minutes and then we got to here. And because you made this incredibly stupid move, we're not going to lose. So it's just like, so if you're playing a trick-taking game, and you haven't played like hundreds of hours of Hearts and understand the whole process of sloughing a card and making sure you have certain cards in your hand for certain situations, and not everybody else is on the same page and doesn't have that wherewithal to understand, you get to the point where, because it has so much hidden information as far as what you have in your hand, and you can't show it and you can't talk about it and you can't discuss it, you rely so much on the skill of the other players to be able to successfully win. It can be incredibly frustrating for also the person who doesn't get it, right? They're like, I didn't understand how I was supposed to do that. I didn't get it. I'm making everybody else at this table lose the game, and I feel really stupid right now. I mean, it's just the crew is a very good game. I will agree 1,000%. But
I'm sure I'll enjoy it. Yeah.
But
I will concede you're right. That the game will give you that feeling when you fuck up, you're like, oh God, I'm such an idiot.
Yeah, and I
can't guess yourself.
No, but I mean, I'll play the crew with I mean, like I play with my wife, I play it with my brother, I play it, I mean, I play it with my dad, I play with my dad. I mean, it's like playing, it's like Diamonds. Like Diamonds is like one of my favorite games.
I never played Diamonds.
It's a good game.
That one either. That's a Stronghold, right?
Yeah, Diamonds is fantastic.
I've heard good things.
I think the deluxe one with all the really cool like diamond bits is like $30, and it's super good. And it's it's just basically, and like I've played that's at the lake cabin that gets busted all the time because it's easy to teach too, because it's like, okay, you played Hearts, you played clubs, you played this game. This is just and you played spades, and so that was I can't think of the name of the why can't I think of his name? The guy who designed it.
Garfield.
It's-
No, not Garfield.
No, it isn't Garfield. It is the
James
Living
Hetfield.
Legend.
Eric Lang.
Schlesinger?
No, it
No.
is not. It's
Zev
the
Schlesinger.
I forget what his name is now.
It'll come to me.
Yeah, and he was super, and he's
What's up, Gringo?
He
You said come to me, and you jumped up on the table.
he
Come to
designed
me.
he designed Wyatt Earp, which is another
Mike
great card.
Fitzgerald.
Mike Fitzgerald. There you go, the living
Fitzgerald.
legend, Mike Fitzgerald. He
That's
just basically
Scott.
said there isn't a game called Diamonds, and so then he made a game
Yeah.
called Diamonds. And
Seems like a good move.
yeah, and so the whole thing with Diamonds is that like you actually taking the tricks didn't matter. It was getting the gems. Like
Yeah.
it was and then getting them in your vault was even more important because then people couldn't steal them from you, which was also cool. But yeah,
That's cool.
Diamonds, great game.
Yeah,
Super
sounds
great
cool.
game.
Yeah.
Oh, I played Regicide.
Oh, yeah. How's that?
Side?
It's called Regicide. You could play it if you downloaded the rules. It has a really good app, but if you download the rules, you can play it with a normal deck of 52
That
cards.
was the one. That was the one that. What was the dude's name from the thing with the
Thing
Frog.
thing.
Yeah, same thing. So Jeff
The
Berger.
Yeah.
Gaming
This
Go
was the
games.
one right before that game that was doing pretty well, right?
Yeah, so Regicide is basically a deck of cards that like if you can get all the rules, you can play with a normal deck of cards. Which maybe I'm not gonna tell you to do that or not do that. But no, it's actually pretty cool. So the design of the game is that each person gets like they have a hand of 5 cards, and you start with the jacks, and then you get to the queens, and then you get to the kings, and there's an app that you have to use the app. The app helps a lot because it keeps track of the hit points of who you're fighting. So like the jacks have 10 hit points, queens have 20, kings have 30. And so you use the cards in your hand to do damage to the jack, whatever it is, and they do damage back to you that forces you to discard cards.
Yeah.
And then but each suit has a special power. Like one of the suits allows each person to like and draw a card up to the number of, so if you like, I think it's like hearts. I might be misremembering. So somebody played a 7 of hearts. Not only do they do 7 points of damage to the jack, but it allows people to draw cards. So like 7 total cards get to be drawn, but there's a hand limit of 6, and so that'll love you. And so if one person has 3 cards and the other 2 people have 5, those people 5 get drawn, but then the person with 3 would get to draw 3 to get up to 6, and so they have cards back in their hand. One of the suits allows you to take the discard pile, shuffle it up, and put it into the deck that you're drawing cards from, because if you ever run out of cards, you lose.
Yeah.
One of the cards prevents the card that you're attacking from doing damage. And one of the suits does double damage, like when you attack. And there's a rule, like when you play an ace, you get to play the ace and another card at the same time, so you can double up on powers and abilities. And the suit of the jack, queen, or king actually has a power as well that you have to go against, and it is
Sounds cool.
Oh, it is ridiculously tough. We played it like 4 times, and we never made it to a king.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so difficult to win. But it was fun. It was clever, and I don't want to play it. I don't want to beat it, so I can just say I beat it once and then move on. But I mean, it's a little luck boxy,
Sure.
I mean, if you don't get the right cards,
Sure.
It's a whatever jack of spades, so we can't, if we do damage to it, it does whatever extra damage to us back, and and we don't have the right cards to fight it, so none of us can play a card.
In that case, I'm pretty sure you need the ace of spades.
Yeah. So you just yeah. Hey, Roy's here. Roy designed a game.
Roy can't today.
Did.
Yeah.
Can't today.
Not today.
Roy not
Maybe
today.
tomorrow.
What do we
You should invite him on, Lance.
what do we tell the god of death? Not today. Not today.
Can't today.
Maybe tomorrow.
But there
I
you
still
go.
see the last light.
Yes. So last light, I've had a lot of people ask, when are we launching this? Well, I mean, the idea is March, but we're just we're trying
figuring
now.
out.
It looks like, I mean, we're trying to get all the ducks in a row,
Right.
you know. So it's just, wish I had a date. If we had a date,
Right.
we'd say we're launching on this day. I know Roy is chomping at the bit to get it done.
I'm sure.
So
Yeah, man. I'm excited for him. Like, you know, for your first design, like first
Oh, it's his
published
first
design,
design?
to have it be Last Light, that's fucking rad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Last Light was good, man. I had a great time playing it. I think it's gonna do great.
It's all right.
what do we got?
Very.
The-
Yeah, I haven't played it.
Last Light can't today.
Yeah, not that.
What did I busted out on my my son today? Is he said he was trying to figure out the months, and I said, well,
Oh, like the days in the month.
Hey, does February, March, April, May? Yeah,
You guys know that rule for how many days are in each month?
With your knuckles?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's where I learned it.
Yeah. Super.
Really?
Like I use it way more than I should admit to using it.
Oh yeah.
I
January, February. Yeah, it's super useful.
I just remembered it. January,
I don't
February,
think I ever
knew it.
July, August.
Yeah, it's like if it's a knuckle, it's 31 days in the month, and if it's a dip, then it's less than 31 days in the month. You
30
just go
days,
January,
half
February, March,
September, April,
May,
June,
I
and
never
November. All the
knew
rest
that
of
one.
31 except for February 28.
See, but then you have to say the whole thing instead of just go.
Yeah, just look at your
Yeah,
knuckles.
but
Me
but you
monkey,
just
me
know.
point.
Exactly.
Just, but 3 days, half September, April, June, and November. I mean, it's like
No.
April, June, November, and September.
All I
It's
had
like-
to
it's
do
not
is
that
look
tough.
at my tooth. I just had to put fists together, find February, go from there.
No.
I never
See,
knew.
there's a long human tradition of using our body as a measuring tool. There's the
Yeah,
foot,
let's
Yeah.
There's
multiply
the
by
cubit.
9.
The inch.
right?
I taught my
You're
9-year-old
bucking tradition, Lance.
the multiply by
hand.
9 on your fingers trick, and it blew his freaking mind like a week and a half ago.
Well, I don't know that one.
You don't know how to multiply by 9 in your fingers?
I do it in my head.
Yeah,
Well, yeah, I
that's
do it in
how
my
I
head too,
do
but
it.
it's like all you do is you put down that finger, and then so what's 2 times 9? It's 18. What's 3 times 9? It's 27, 36, 45, 54, 63.
Oh, that's fun.
72. Yeah, and for
I like
kids,
it.
it's so much easier until they memorize it, Lance.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
yeah.
I like
But
it.
for kids,
Well, no, I don't even think they
Do they
memorize
memorize it
I
anymore?
mean,
I don't think-
But,
yeah.
but
Probably
in
not.
school, in school, they just beat it into us with flashcards and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Yeah,
They just-
yeah.
they just-
Learn your multiplication tables. Get your slide rules out.
But being an adult, I'm surprised how much you actually use it. You
It's a
know?
lot.
I remember,
Mhm.
in, I don't know if it was kindergarten, it had to be first grade. It was either first or second grade. It had to be first grade. When we were doing arithmetic, the teacher would call you over to do the flashcards one by one. You'd go there, and it was like, and there was, I don't know how many flashcards there were, but there were, X number of flashcards, and you had like 30 seconds or a minute to
To
get
make
it
it through.
through. And then it was like, everybody read, and it was like, and it was super I mean, like, and the thing is that I was lucky enough that I was smart, so I never failed to do it, so you didn't get stuck behind, because it
Yeah.
was just like, so depending upon, and this is how bad school was back then. It's like to make you, if you were dumb, everybody knew, that kind of thing or whatever.
Right.
It was just one of those
Oh,
things
yeah.
where it was like, oh, it's just like, like in like, it was like I think it was like the color pencil you had or something like that to remind her like what level you were at.
Interesting.
It's like, make sure you bring your pencil up, and it was just kind of like, and the first level was blue and then green and red or whatever. And it was just like, okay, so addition, and you get through like 30 addition problems in 60 seconds. Cool. And then it was subtraction, and then it was divide or multiplication, then divide, and then mix them together and stuff like that. And she'd call us up one by one, and we'd go over there, and like it was like this little, like, because it was off to the side, her desk was, and it was just like, and then she'd turn her face, and you'd sit there, and you were sitting there reading the book, but you'd hear the kids go 7 and then no, and and then
6.5,
6.5. And she'd slip it to the back, the questions you got wrong,
right
back and stuff like that. They go.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. And you'd see the kid came back with the same colored pencil.
Oh yeah. Oh man. I had like, there's lots of different reasons for social anxiety. But one of my big ones was when I was in like, I don't know, 3rd grade or something, or 2nd grade maybe. And the teacher called me out in front of the whole class, like I got some answer wrong. And she was like, I don't know, just some big thing where she basically like pointed at me and laughed and was like, class, tell Evan what the correct answer is because he's an idiot or something, just something like that. And everybody was like, so stupid. And then like forevermore, I was super afraid of crowds.
Yeah.
Thanks, teacher.
One person.
Thanks,
I do
teacher.
remember, and I've told this story. I don't know if I told this story, but I've told this
I don't
story
know why
to
you're
a few people,
bitching.
where
They're better than their peers. They got knuckles busted with
Right.
rollers. And
I was sitting there, and
yeah.
it was like they were talking about like rudimentary astronomy. It was like 2nd or 3rd grade, and they were talking about we're on the planet Earth, and then there's the sun, and then they talked about the moon, and they were like, oh, it's like they talked about, like, I remember she said, like, if you held a quarter up at your stretch the quarter up, that's how big the moon is. That's how big the moon looks, like in your, because the moon just barely covers it up. And she's like, and she was talking about it. And then she said, but, if you're looking at the moon outside at night, and somebody like all the way down, she had a map all the way down in Texas is looking at the moon at night. How can you both see the same moon? And like, and in my back of my head, I was like, well, we've got to have like, more than one moon, right? I mean, like, because I was just like, because
I like it.
You don't think globally, right? You're just thinking like, this is me looking up at my night sky. You don't look at this night sky.
They got their own moon.
Yeah. So hand goes straight up, like, oh, pick me. I figured out the riddle. I'm ever so smart. and I and then I remember,
I know.
And then I remember I was sitting there, and all of a sudden, like, she called the kid, and I always remember this. And Dane Kringsted, I always remember him. And he and for a lot of reasons, because I hung out with him too, but I'll remember him for this. And she called, Dane, go ahead. And he goes, because there's many moons. And I was like, yeah, and like, and like, because you're all sitting in that, like, everybody's sitting up close, not at a desk.
Right. Yeah. You're doing the semicircle.
And she's like, no, Dane, there's not many moons. There's only one. And the entire class laughed. And I was no. Yeah, many moons. Way to go, Dane. I remember feeling, I was like, oh, thank God she didn't call on me.
Yeah. See, I was Dane. I was Dane, and then I had to change my name.
Yeah.
It's a monthly thing. You couldn't even remember it after that.
Yeah. I just many moons.
Many moons, man.
Dane.
What an idiot. Many moons. You hear that guy?
Son of a. Oh, that's the cool thing about the cruise. I did see a moon set on the cruise. That was really cool.
A what?
A moon set on
What's
the ocean.
A moon set.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
That was pretty cool. I was a little disappointed that I couldn't quite see the stars because of the lights on the ship.
Oh, yeah.
I could sort of from my balcony, but not. I thought it'd be brighter, or the stars would be brighter.
Yeah.
But the moon set was cool.
I never get to see the stars that well anymore, because I live in the middle of the city.
Yeah, I can't either. Same reason.
The town I grew up in was much smaller, so like you go outside and you're like, whoa.
I miss
Whenever-
that.
Whenever I go out to, I mean, it's like I'm always stunned whenever I go out to my lake cabin, and if I'm night fishing, you get out in the lake, and you away from any of the most of the cabins don't have lights anyway, but you get away from, you get out, good, 500 feet out in the middle of this lake, and you just take a moment, you look up, and there's no
Yeah.
clouds. You're just like, holy shit.
Yeah, it's incredible, man. Like, no wonder the first 200,000 years of human history was spent trying to figure out the cosmos.
Yeah.
'Cause it's pretty awe-inspiring when you're just sitting there looking up.
It is.
One of my hippy dippy teachers in high school, he opened up his philosophy class with saying, imagine, if you will, the wonder the original man had when the wind would caress his face, and he would feel like the god of the world was taking the time to I was just like,
Still
all
feel that
right.
way sometimes. Imagine, if you will,
Imagine.
dream with me, children, of a
Dream.
time long before recorded history.
It's like we were discussing earlier today, like the whole thing about the Bermuda Triangle.
Oh yeah, right.
We used to be able to just buy into the idea that all these weird things happen,
Hey man.
and
Sasquatch.
little by little, well, Bigfoot's real, but anyway, little by little, we've the area where the Bermuda Triangle is. Yes, there's no increase in the number of accidents of things vanishing or things, but it has a larger than normal amount of severe weather. It is
Bigfoot.
and if you there's this and I forget what it is, but there's basically these, I forget what it's called, but basically these huge fields of methane that are on the far deep underneath, where the pressure is basically keeps it all compressed and everything like that
On the seafloor?
Yeah, on the seafloor. Yeah,
Like from vents?
Yeah, and stuff like that.
Interesting.
And so they've shown that they've shown ships, things like that, where they've cracked and they're able to, because of whatever reason, and they release all at once. That they've shown in studies where if it's enough, if
Just kills
either
everybody?
if the bubbles, if there's enough of it released all at once, or if the ship is small enough, if it happens to be the ship will lose all buoyancy.
Oh,
And just immediately
just create a hole underneath them.
Basically, yeah, and the ship will sink in
Wow.
seconds.
Wow.
Yeah, and it's just
Interesting.
it's I mean it's weird, but no,
And the
I
water's
think,
boiled with the smell of methane.
oh look, my coworker Josh is even. Yeah, I've told Josh he should come on and talk sometimes, but he never will.
Old Lobkowitz?
Yes, he's long before recorded history. Lance isn't that old. Well, hi Josh. It's nice.
Prince Lobkowitz to you.
Yeah, Prince, the Prince. Oh, the Prince. That's a great song by Diamond Head.
I don't think I know that.
No, yeah. Metallica did a cover of it.
Huh. I just watched the Metallica song earlier today.
It's Google up the Prince Metallica. Yeah, it's all
All right.
about
I will.
It's all about selling your soul to the devil for fame and riches and power.
That sounds right. Ooh, have you ever read The Mysterious Stranger? It was by Mark Twain when he got older and more cynical. It's pretty good. It's a short story. You should read it. Mysterious Stranger.
The Mysterious Stranger. Josh said just call him friend is fine.
Friend Lobkowitz. I like that guy. I like that guy. Hopefully his mom's doing all right.
I hope so. I feel bad. I haven't asked him recently how his mother's doing. But
No.
I
like that guy.
I gotta send Josh an invite. I've been trying to.
Are you gonna get him on?
I said I was gonna go to bed. Like I was thinking I should probably go to bed soon. But as long as Josh is gonna,
Yeah, get him on, man. We can grill him.
I've been bugging him to come on here for 1,000 years, and he's always up late talking to his brother on Wednesdays. So
Yeah.
Josh, I'm sending you an invite via the Facebook Messenger.
The Googles,
Yes.
the interwebs.
Oh, another time, Lance. Oh,
I was excited to see your face.
See, I heard he said, where do I sign? He was going to because we were talking about selling your soul to the devil
Yeah, that's
for
fair.
fame and power and riches.
No, he's been looking to sell his soul for a while.
Yeah.
No one has yet to put an offer in on it, but
no, I mean, just it's a
I mean, I would buy it. I just don't know what I would do with another one,
well, yeah, I mean, that's just the whole deal.
Oh, sorry, Josh.
Yeah, I mean, it's like what is it? Remember when Bart sells his soul to Millhouse for like $10 or something like that?
That's great.
And then he gets the $10 or whatever, and then one of my favorite lines ever, and Bart goes, "Well, thanks a lot, chum." Ends on the hard P, but then all these weird things start happening to Bart, like automatic doors don't open for him anymore.
Doesn't have a soul.
Yeah, he doesn't have a soul.
Exactly.
So just I forget how he gets it back. He eventually trades it back or something. He gets it back from Millhouse or whatever. But that's almost as good as when Homer says, "I'd sell my soul for a donut" on the Halloween episode, and Flanders shows up and he goes, "Well, that can be arranged." And he's like, and probably the one throwaway gag that you like. It's like Flanders is the devil, and he's sitting there waiting for Homer to. He's like, "So you don't get my soul until I finish the donut, right?" He's like, "Yeah, you're right." And so he goes, "Oh," and he saves like one little bite of it and keeps it in the fridge. Daddy's soul donut. Do not eat.
Do not eat. There's an old story. Anyway.
Yeah, no, and then he accidentally like eats it one night, and then the devil shows up and a whole bunch of and then Homer's got a bargain for his soul or have a contest for his soul or something like that. But I mean, as like the flames of everlasting damnation are in their house and the devil is standing there as Flanders, and then everybody comes in, "What's going on?" And Marge is like, "Oh my gosh," and Lisa's, "Oh my gosh," and Bart walks in, and he's like, "I'm here to take your soul, Marge." "Oh, hey, Bart." He's like, "Hey." just "Oh, hey, Bart. Hey, what's going on?" Yeah. Daddy's soul donut. Do not eat.
I'm
Do
sorry.
not eat. I like it.
And then they find out because like Homer's wedding vow or something to Marge was that something like, "I'm not a rich man and I can't offer you much, but I will give you my love and my soul forevermore." Just like, and it was just like, and then the infernal tribunal rules that Homer's soul is the property of Marge Simpson and was not his to give away.
That's awesome. Oop, got you on a technicality.
Yeah. Yes, and Scott Alden says, he's like, he goes to hell. He goes, "You got to spend one day in hell though," or whatever, and they tie him to this machine that's forcing him to eat donuts. It's just like, and they're like, and the guy's like, this demon's like, "So you like donuts, huh?" He's like, "Yeah." have some donuts then. All the donuts you want. And they're just like just rows and rows of these donuts. He's like, I'll
Yeah.
more. I'll just like getting like entire like sleeves of like 100 donuts. And he's just eating them. And he's like, it only took
working.
Aaron Burr a half an hour to go and say, this isn't working.
What's Aldi doing in the chat?
Oh,
And not
my tummy hurts and I'm so sick, but I can stay awake in the chat and I can type though.
that's all right.
So
Maybe
sympathetic.
Yeah, poor Scott. Man.
well, Scott, I
Yeah,
for
they're always
one
done for
miss
you,
seeing your
Lance.
face, and I wish you well with the illness. I'm no Lance over here.
Yeah.
Back as they
Lunash.
say, back when the Simpsons was funny. So I haven't
Do you
watched
think
it.
that'll ever end?
Didn't they always think
Simpsons?
something was funnier before? Like SNL every year was worse than the year before, but I
Yeah,
think
so-
it's actually probably better than it ever was.
I haven't watched.
I haven't watched
no
the Saturday
idea.
Night Live
What's
episode.
everybody says that, oh, it used to be good, but like really, it's pretty much
I
always
don't
been hit and
remember,
miss.
yeah, I remember like the Farley days. I remember vaguely the Murphy days,
Yeah.
and then the Farley days.
Oh yeah.
It was Chris Hart, or not Chris Hart.
That's the guy.
Kevin Hart. Chris Hart. Yeah.
That's the guy.
See, I remember watching it with my dad.
And then
like,
after that,
in
yeah,
the
it
late
was-
70s, early 80s. Yeah, that's what I
Yeah, I vaguely remember that.
I mean, they all, every single season, like some seasons were worse than others, but like if you look at the line of like how good it was, it didn't start here and then go like this. It was like,
Yeah. And then everybody who had fame left, so it just crash again.
but
Yeah.
it keeps doing that, It's,
Yeah.
So it's a nostalgia thing when you're like, oh, well, back in my day.
Well, I mean, that's just the whole thing we've talked about before here, but it's just like you have era bias. So like,
Yeah.
and it's
Yeah.
just and they can show where like your brain gives off certain chemicals and like moments of like
Being an old fart.
because you are
Little dopamine hits.
no, it's just like certain areas and times
I
of
like
your
my
life
cannabinoids.
that you are that you clue into, right? That gave you chills and gave you whatever that chemical is that your brain spits out and makes you feel good. I mean, whatever.
Yeah.
There's lots of them. There's
There's a reason when I was in a cover band, we had lots of people come to our shows, and when we do original music, we do not have lots of
check your
people
arm.
coming.
It isn't broken. Pat yourself in the back there, buddy. Is it?
No, I'm saying like because like you're covering songs that people connect to and have memories to.
Nobody wants to hear your
Oh yeah,
shit.
the worst, the absolute worst concert I ever did security for. Like the only time I ever got like in a brawl with somebody that was attending the concert, like because I had to break up so many fights and I had a guy haul off and punch me. And then he realized that I was security, and then he was super apologetic. And then me and another guy used his face to open the door when we threw him out. But it was one of those things where it was a Cinderella concert in the late 90s. So it was all of these people that remembered how awesome and cool they think they were 10 years before.
A couple of good hits.
And of course the promoter oversold the venue because he had lines of people outside wanting to go. So this is like we could have had our own great white moment. He oversold the venue by like 900 people because he was letting people come in. So it was a packed house. Everybody and everybody had dug out their old jean jacket and poofed out their hair, and everybody was just like in straight old I am 17 again, and this is the coolest I'm listening to the coolest band ever, and everybody and tons and tons and tons of alcohol, and we broke up.
If you want one of these, I opened for Great White once.
Whoa.
Nice. Anyway, go on with your story.
No, I
Just
mean,
a- just a quick little-
we broke up. Like we broke up. I mean, me personally and my guy Paul that were in my section. Like we broke up a dozen fights that night.
I bet.
It was just people just getting antsy in the pantsy, and
Yeah.
they're combine a little liquid courage with remembering
Remember the
your-
days.
You remember the days when I was awesome. You never
Those concerts though, I went to quite a few that were like that. I went to see Jackal and
there you go.
was it Queensryche maybe?
Queensryche was good.
Did he have the chainsaw?
I don't know. Oh yeah, Jackal. Yeah, they carved their name into the ceiling thing. But I remember those concerts in particular, like those '80s style hair bands. I saw Eddie
dude.
Money, who was an '80s hair band, but still big in the '80s.
Glam rock, baby.
That was all the
Cougars.
music we played, man. All that stuff.
Cougars for
It was
days.
fun.
Days.
And those
Yes.
Cougars were so on the prowl. Like,
But
oh
when
my
when we were playing our show, those Cougars were like 55.
they're amazing.
Do you think they know when to stop? Like there was a restaurant over here that would have like 80s people in once in a while. And they had the original drummer from Guns N' Roses that OD'd on heroin and had like a stroke. I can't remember the guy's name.
I don't remember.
They had him there, but he was trying. I'll give him that. But like
Not holding it together.
no, not really. That was
Yeah.
probably like 10 years ago, maybe 15.
Yeah.
Like, do they know like when they get in their 60s, it's time to stop dyeing the hair? And,
Dude, some people still. So we played a few shows with the drummer from Scorpions.
Adios,
And-
Joshua.
Is he? What's that?
Oh, I think he's going to bed.
Oh, night, Josh.
Yeah, I'll say this: Jackal did a chainsaw solo in that one song. I ain't Jack the Lumber Baby since my chainsaw you.
That is loud. Honestly, that's one of the loudest I've ever had in a concert.
Really?
That because I was like the third row, and it was scary too. Like, because he was just barehanded that damn thing, that fucking chainsaw.
You realize he didn't probably have a
There's no
chain
chain on
right?
it. Yeah, it's just
Well, yeah, probably not.
You just there's like when you go to the haunted corn maze and the guy chases you with the chainsaw, he's removed the chain. So there's no actual like
you're just hearing the
cutting.
throttle. Yeah.
Except a real chainsaw murderer killed the actor, brought his own
Well, see,
chainsaw.
and that's a great.
And he's
that's
hiding in the theater.
There's a movie in there. We got to write that.
I
Well, wait.
already made it.
Wait, I have a question. So he carved Jackal into the actual like ceiling tile. Would you have to have a chain in order to do that part of it?
Probably.
Maybe, but I mean,
Yeah, then
maybe
he had a
it's-
chain. Because it's still it was there.
They
for
didn't
years
care.
and
They
years.
didn't care that he was carving up the ceiling
They
tile.
probably did.
Well, no, they left it up there. Like a cool
They probably
Christmas at
did.
my local bar that would have like probably 3 national concerts a week in my early 20s.
Wow.
And so that was just like a cool like thing. And it was up there.
Down in Fort Wayne, Indiana?
Yeah. It used to be called Pierre's. And it was
Wow.
it was 5 or 6 bars under one roof. There was a karaoke bar, a hardcore rap dance bar, a sports bar, a country
Ooh.
bar. There was
Quite a mix
then
there.
there was the main stage in the middle, and you had to walk past the main stage to get to anywhere. And there would be bands like you guys, Fridays and Saturday nights, where there was just cover bands, but they would just have main bands, like big bands. Like I saw
That's
Korn
awesome.
there, I saw DMX there, Snoop Dogg's been there, like Creed was there, tons of stuff.
We like both kinds of music, country and western.
Blues
Oh,
Brothers.
that was everything.
Yeah, it's like we're the
Yeah,
Blues
right.
Brothers boys band.
The chicken wire and everything.
Oh, that also has the line where he walks up and he goes, he approaches the band of the boy, the good old boys. And
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
like, hey fellas, and he holds up a carton of cigarettes. He goes, Jacob Stein, union rep, union coalition. I just want to make sure that you guys have your union cards in there so you can play this venue this evening. And he's just like, what if we don't have them? Well, I guess we'd have a problem then. Well, what if we decided we were just going to go up there and play our music anyway? What are you gonna do about it? Huh? Stein? He says to him, you'd look pretty funny eating corn on the cob with no fucking teeth. It's like,
I mean, if you're gonna threaten somebody, that's pretty good.
that's a pretty good line.
Yeah.
He's like, I'll see if I can go ahead and get a requisition form that'll allow you a one-night promissory. It's like,
The movie was ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
God, Kabuki Kid, can I say anything without you? Like, yeah, man, she's just on me. Just like totally like, oh no, you missaid that too, and you missaid that. And,
I feel like Kabuki Kid knows everything.
Everything.
Anytime I see them commenting
I
on
think she's a robot.
literally any video I've ever seen live streamed anywhere, she's already there.
I think
She's
she's
Alexa.
Skynet.
She's evolved. She
And-
knows everything.
And already
Skynet.
knows.
she's yeah, and she even does the pushes. I think what you meant was Steve Adler, by the way, was the name
actually-
of the drummer.
Oh,
that
yeah,
killed
Steven Adler. Yes.
No, his friends call him Steve.
I'm not his friend.
Nah, you're not anybody's friend.
Apparently.
Oh,
I'm dozing off. I'm
yeah,
not
it's
that-
1:30 in the
Alright.
morning. If we'd gotten Josh on, we would have stayed up a little bit more.
I know. I like that guy.
Yeah.
I miss that guy.
I
When is he,
miss-
when
I
is he
miss that
moving?
guy.
Did he already move? No, he hasn't.
No, he hasn't moved yet. And thanks to him, since he's moving, I am now attending every single convention Gray Fox goes to. Thank God we're not going to many though. So we're just hitting the big ones. And
Yeah.
The big ones.
yeah, just hey.
Well, if you end up dropping by Gamma, man, let me know. I'd love to hang
no
out.
chance.
Alright.
Oh, hey, Lance, I want to ask you something after we go off.
Okay, fine.
No
All right,
chance of
everybody.
going to Gamma, or no chance of hanging out with me if you go.
Either
No,
one.
no, I would love to hang out with you. I would.
From afar.
I greatly enjoy your company. It's just I have zero chance of attending Gamma.
That's
I'll be
all
at
good.
Origins though. I'll be at Origins.
I'll probably go to Origins.
All right. Well, we'll have to talk about saving the world together then.
That sounds good.
Good night, everybody. Thanks for watching.
Good night, everybody.
Yeah.